Tom looks pretty pissy. He's not happy about it being so quiet. Hello, Tom.
What's going on?
Do you know anything about a black ball? It was stolen from the museum a few weeks ago.
I heard about it. It doesn't really interest me, frankly.
What can you tell me about the museum?
That's another brilliant idea from the town hall. Who, I ask you, wants to see that load of old crap in there?
Well, the Gordon Family Chronicle is very impressive.
What's so impressive about a bloody book? Does it bring more people into the village? No.
And Bobby.
That bloody Mrs. Puff from the town hall got him the job. One of those unbearable do-gooders, always sticking her nose in and turning Bobby against me.
He seems to take his job very seriously.
Rubbish. I know what's going on. If anyone wanted to break into that museum, then Bobby would be absolutely no deterrent. Thank goodness they didn't give him any kind of weapon.
You haven't told me you've got a brother.
Why should I? A half-witted brother isn't exactly something to shout about, is it?
He seems like a really nice guy.
If you only have to put up with him for a few hours, maybe he is. But I've got to knock about with this stupid idiot. Day in and day out. He can't get a single thing right. But everybody fusses about him because he's got it so tough.
Aw, jealous?
Jealous of that idiot?
Does he live with you?
I've been lumbered with him since our parents died. He ought to be put into a home with all the other retards. But who's going to pay for all that?
Nice to hear how your family holds itself together. I'd like a portion of chili, please.
Now you do. Normal or odd?
If I'm right, then there's only one pot anyway.
Hot then.
You called it right.
Oh, the mighty Lord is generous to the lower born.
I need to get on.
Uh,
I don't mean to disturb you. A plate of extra strong chili. I shouldn't carry it around with me for too long, or else it'll go cold. Bobby's still sitting in his chair, doing his duty. I got you some chili. I hope you like it.
Oh, yeah, but I've got no money.
Don't worry, it's on me.
Oh, thanks, Darren. But I'll give you something too, then.
Thanks. An entirely ordinary sparkler. Was definitely much more valuable to Bobby than it is to me. As long as Bobby's sitting there, I'm not gonna get my hands on the key in his jacket pocket. Hello, Bobby.
Hi, Darren.
So, are you full now?
Yes, was delicious, really hot.
And you still don't want to blow bubbles?
I do, but I don't have any more bubble mixture.
Should I get some for you?
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm out of here. See you around.
See you soon, Darren.
I'll take that with me, okay?
Yeah, okay.
There's neither water nor soap in the pot. There must be some... Yeah, liquid soap. I'll put some in the tube. That's it. There's some gooey soap at the bottom of the pot. Still missing the water. There's nothing else in there that might interest me. A big barrel. It's supposed to collect rainwater. Although it's always raining here, that barrel is almost empty. Seems to have a leak somewhere. Well, it's water, but it's not enough. An old rope. It's wrapped around the pole up there, and the other end disappears into the canal. I can't make out where it leads. The water's too dirty. Aha, a little bucket. Perhaps one of the residents wants to save money by collecting some of his water from the canal. The bucket is full of canal water. It seems quite clean in the bucket. At least it looks cleaner than when it was in the canal. It's full. Everything's set. Hobby's gonna like it. Look, Bobby. I filled up the bottle with soapy water.
Wow. Thanks, Darren.
He seems to have a lot of fun blowing bubbles. He doesn't notice what's going on around him at all. All right, this is my chance. Got it. The lock for the cabinet. That's the key for the display case in the museum. Bobby accidentally dropped it from his pocket.
Dear visitors, it is 8 p.m. The museum is now closing. Please make your way to the exit. We would like to thank you for your visit and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow from 11 a.m.
Ah, damn it.
Hi, Darren. We're closing now.
I heard.
You can come back tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. See you then.
See you then, Darren.
guess I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Get out of here!
Huh?
You're putting us all in danger. You are death!
Leave me alone.
It's the curse. The curse! It's gonna get you!
Get out of here!
Death! I told him.
Great. So I'm deaf. That's the only piece of information I've picked up on this trip so far. And now, back to the hotel? Or is there anything else for me to find out here? Locked up. Oh, hello, Miss Valley. It's a small world.
Darren, nice to... yes, who'd have thought it?
Is everything alright?
Me? Yes, why? I mean, why not?
You seem a bit nervous.
Oh, no, I'm just with Murray about... I just see ghosts. It's just the 12 years, you understand.
No.
And how could you? You aren't... I mean, every 12 years... Every 12 years, something terrible happens. In the village, in the castle, in the forest. Dreadful things.
Miss Valley, can I somehow...
Oh... oh no. Please excuse me. It's just that a lot has happened recently, and I thought... Never mind.
No. What did you think? And what's it got to do with this 12-year cycle?
It's got nothing to do with you. Fortunately. I have to go.
Miss Valley, What's wrong with her? She seems to have some serious problems. But so have I. Still no trace of Angelina. Perhaps I'll get some brilliant idea tonight. Good evening, Murray. What have you got there?
A letter for your friend.
A letter for Angelina? Unlikely. Who knew that she was here?
But that's what's written on it. Miss Angelina Morgan, Golden's Palace. It was posted somewhere very close to here. Yesterday, I would assume.
Will you give me the letter? It could be important.
Indeed, it could. Important for Miss Morgan.
Give me the damn letter. I got it.
You've got to restrain yourself, young man. This letter is addressed to Miss Morgan. And I'm not going to breach the sanctity of the post to...
Murray! Angelina has been missing since yesterday. No one in the village has seen her. Maybe she's been kidnapped. Have you considered that?
Perhaps she's on a day trip and doesn't want anything more to do with you. Have you considered that? I must think of the hotel's reputation. I'm not going to give you the letter.
But...
Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
Thank you. You've done enough already. There goes my night's rest. I've got to have that letter. It's gonna move things on. I can feel it. Okay, I've got two problems. How do I get to the lockboxes without Murray stopping me? And how do I open the box with Angelina's letter in it? It stopped raining and slowly getting dark. I was reading in the train that there's supposed to be a storm with heavy rainfall tonight. Well, doesn't look like that right now. Locked up. That's the bum who grabbed me at the museum. Poor crazy loser. Brain's probably totally picked. Hey! What's all that supposed to be at the museum? Hey! You know me?
You are the Antichrist.
Yeah, and you're just a little soft in the head, right?
You can't deny it. It's in you. It's in your veins, in your heart, in your head.
What's in me?
The evil spirit.
Oh, that's enough! Your head is full of crap, marinated in alcohol.
Can you feel it? The menace? The evil?
Oh, get off! I've got nothing more to say to the guy, and he just repeats the same thing anyway. You're the devil, you're the devil. The stall shut up. Tom also said that in the evenings he had to look after the pub. A map of the surrounding district. Looks like the places where the murders took place are marked on it, too. If I remember correctly, darts was invented here in England. Or was it Ireland? The Brits seem to have a talent for coming up with all these weird games and sports. Golf, billiards, soccer, darts, and all those crazy horse sports. A pinball table. Like everything else around here, looks a bit second-hand. Now let's see. High score. First place, Tom. Second place, Tom. And so on. Ninth place, Vic. Interesting. have you seen anything else interesting?
Yes, we were allowed to look at the castle today. That was really great. The rooms are totally creepy.
But the chili beer was even better. It was the most delicious I've ever eaten. The trip was worth it for that alone.
Oh. I should try that too. Did you see the ghost?
There are no ghosts. We searched the castle thoroughly.
At least the garden.
No ghosts.
I thought so. Well, enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Thank you, you too.
Photos of famous celebs who visited the pub. Impressive. Even the Lord Mayor's been here. Well, I'm no beer glass expert, but these glasses don't look all that British. I've seen glasses like that in pictures at the Munich Beer Festival. Maybe Tom likes German beer. And likes to serve it German style, too. Ugh, one full ashtray. Tom seems to have another hobby, apart from drinking. That goes out to fresh air. I could quite use some right now, in fact. At first glance, it looks like there's plenty of alcohol. Look closer and you can see that nearly all the bottles are empty. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom's his own best customer. Mainly English, Scottish, and Irish specialties. Whiskey, gin, and so on. He looks like he's his own best customer. I reckon that's a fact. In the museum, Bobby seemed all proud and content. But here, he looks pretty sad. Sort of down and listless. Good evening, Bobby.
Hi, Darren.
Tell me, these things that you had to help your brother with.
I don't do that anymore.
It's all right, Bobby. You don't want to do anything illegal, but I have to crack a lock and I don't know how.
I don't know how either. Tom knows that kind of thing. I only kept watch and carried things.
All right then. I'll ask Tom.
Tom shouldn't do bad things anymore either. I'm earning money now as well.
Don't worry. I won't ask him to do anything illegal. Tom!
Huh?
I need to open a locked cupboard. Could you help me with that?
Me? What makes you think that?
Bobby said something.
The fat idiot ought to keep his gob shut.
Now then, can you help me out?
Call a locksmith. You can buy drink from me, nothing else.
Let's have a beer, Tom.
Sure, if you're paying for them both. Just 'cause I own the place doesn't mean I drink for free.
Sure, that's a no-brainer.
What's up? Why aren't you drinking?
I'm not so fast.
Haha, Yanks, can't handle proper beer, eh?
Tom, you didn't want to have a drink today.
Shut your gob, spacko.
You're supposed to be real handy, so I've heard.
There's something in that. My dad had a workshop. I used to help him a lot. I was already tuning mopeds even at 10 years old.
Really? I've got 2 left hands. I can't even crack a simple lock.
Nice try. But I'm not that boozed up. And I'm not an idiot. Like him over there.
Why don't you have yourself another beer? It's on me.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Please don't.
Now tell me, Tom, just theoretically speaking, how could I crack a lock in an old safe?
They're not so easy to crack. For a start, you need the right tool.
And that would be...
A lock-picking tool.
Aha. And only theoretically speaking, I could get one of those from you?
Do you think I'm a burglar?
I think you'll want the 50 pounds that I'll give you for it.
Get out of it. Go on. Off with your mate, Bobby. You make a lovely couple. A right pair of tots.
70 pounds?
I want 200 quid.
I haven't got that much.
Loser. Then you're not getting that too. You're all losers. Just using me.
I'd like to bet you couldn't drink 3 pints back to back.
You pay, I'll prove I can.
Okay. Go.
There you are.
I somehow suspected that wouldn't be a problem for you. Are you a burglar, Tom?
What bollocks? It's all lies. You don't get decent people stealing.
Exactly. And you also don't need a lock-picking tool then, do you, Tom?
Peace off, you wanker. Get out. Give me some peace. Off you go. And take that idiot with you too.
I'm only going once you've given me that tool. Here, 50 pounds, and I'll bring it back to you.
It's not my fault, you know. It's Bobby. If he wasn't like he is, things would be better. They all left me on my own. They only left me that animal. How could a decent person get on like that with such a millstone around their neck?
The tool, Tom?
Not my fault.
I'll take him home.
I'm really sorry, Bobby.
It's okay, Darren.
I feel like the world's biggest asshole. Bobby's barred the door. There's nothing more happening here tonight. I hope. I suppose I'd expected lockpicks and the like, but it's only a piece of wire. I reckon I can open the lock using Tom's lockpicking tool. But first of all, I have to get to it without Murray sounding the alarm. Murray sure enjoys his cup of tea in the evenings. He really seems to like the taste. He's always sipping at it. A small, brownish bottle of a liquid sleeping preparation. 3 drops from dropping off. I've got to wait for the right moment. I've got to be sure that Murray doesn't notice. That's it. Sweet dreams.
Can I help you?
No. No thank you. I'm tired and I'm gonna go to bed now.
Very well.
I'll give him a couple of minutes. Excellent. He's fast asleep. Murray's sleeping, and I've got the lock-picking tool. I'm sure I can get it open. I've got to bend the wire so that the individual lock-in pins are arranged in a line. After that, the lock should then open. Not quite as easy as I thought. I'll try it again later. I've got to bend the wire so that the individual lock-in pins are arranged in a line. After that, the lock should then open. That's it. The lock's open. That's it. A letter addressed to Angelina Morgan. Oh, you'd better be worth it. I bet I could also open the other lockboxes. But I've got what I want, and I'm not a hotel thief. At least, not a full-time one. Apart from me, nobody's checked in today. A sealed letter. Angelina's name's on it. It was posted yesterday. Locally around here. I ought to read it. It could get me somewhere. Let's see. If anyone's reading this, then something's gone wrong.
My name is Angelina Morgan, and I'm gathering information about Black Mirror Castle, the Gordon family, and a secret society. I feel under threat and am being followed by a man called Reginald Boris. Please contact the police and Darren Michaels in Biddeford, Maine, USA for further information. I've heard scratching noises coming from beneath my room. I'm scared. I have discovered a space under the floor and was able to decipher the code. The solution was known by two storytelling brothers from Germany, GFT 62 17 1 25. I'm going to throw in this letter and ask Murray for another room. Darren, if you're reading this letter, I've really tried, so I'd like to thank you here for your help. I love you.
No. I would break down if anything happened to her. Noises under her room. Reginald Boris creeping about the hotel. Two storytelling brothers. Angelina sent the letter to herself. It was her insurance. She knew that if anything happened to her, then this letter would show up. And if nothing happened to her, then she could have simply thrown the letter in the trash. If only that'd been the case. Let's see. If anyone's reading this... Huh. The bed's a little to one side. As though it's been pushed around. Maybe there's something under there. Aha, now then. The carpet under the bed has been torn up. And there seems to be some kind of metal cover there. I need to take a closer look at this. There it is. A kind of round metal cover. It was hidden under the carpet. The carpet's been cut in two places, and then folded up. It doesn't seem to have been glued to the floor. I can't tell when that might have happened. Could be a few hours old. Could be a few months, too. But has it got anything to do with Angelina's disappearance? That's the cover that Angelina mentioned in her letter. She somehow managed to get the cover to open. The combination must have something to do with the numbers she wrote in her notes. But what exactly? How was that again? Two storytelling brothers from Germany. And here's a book. Grimm's Fairy Tales, that's gotta be it. There are 15 selected fairy tales in the contents. The Frog King or Iron Henry. GFT 12 Rapunzel. And so on up to GFT 187. That's exactly what's in Angelina's letter. GFT and then a few numbers. I'll take the contents page with me. Shame about the book, but nobody will have read it in the next 100 years anyway. Let's see. That's still not it. I'm doing something wrong. That's the contents from the book The Fairy Tales of Brothers Grimm. There are 15 in total, all numbered in a list. I only know a few of them. Let's see. That's it. I heard a quiet click. Oh, a disgusting stench. That's gotta be the sewers. Or a hole that's being used as a sewer. It's pitch black. I can't tell how deep it is, but I think I have to go down there. Angelina's being held prisoner there somewhere. I know it. I need some light. Without a light, there's a good chance it'll be me who gets injured and needs rescuing. A higher chance than me finding and saving Angelina. There's just one single match in the box. I ought to think carefully about what I could do with it.
You can't be serious.
He's fast asleep, like a baby.
Hey, my man.
Wake up!
How? What?
Nah, it's about time.
What can I do for you?
We want another room.
The whole corridor stinks of sewage.
Of course.
I've sent him off to the land of Nod, and almost torched his hotel. I don't think we're gonna be friends after this. I've heard that the ghost of Samuel Gordon has apparently been repeatedly sighted in the castle.
That's true. During the bad storm 2 weeks ago, Joseph, the homeless chap, came to me and begged me to let him stay here. He said he'd seen Samuel's ghost behind one of the castle windows. A harrowing face. He thought he would die. That's probably the real reason that no tourists come here anymore.
Yeah, sure. It's got nothing to do with the fact that Willow Creek's got nothing to offer but a couple of cheap plastic corpses. Thanks for the chat, Murray.
My pleasure.
Huh. Lights up in 3 different colors. Oh man. I hate to buy this thing, but I need light, and I need it now.
An excellent choice, sir. A tribute to your good taste.
Just shut it. A plastic thing about 8 inches long. It's supposed to be a soul key, whatever that is. According to the description, it's supposed to light up, but it's got no batteries in it. Yep, that's how it's done. I've got them. 2 1.5-volt batteries. 2 typical 1.5-volt commercially available batteries. The batteries fit and I've got light. So, let's go down into the underground. A light-up soul key made of plastic. My shining light in the gloomy night. It really is the sewers. Pretty ancient for sure. More than 100 years old. I can see water, and there's some steps in the wall. Here's where it goes down into the sewers. Great. A room with a lovely sewer aroma. Oh, man. This is not an inviting place. Angelina's hotel room is waiting up there. I'm gonna climb out of this hole together with her. Or not at all. No idea where this way's leading me, but Angelina's gotta be here somewhere. I'm not getting out of here until I found Angelina. There's an iron ladder on the wall. I ought to be somewhere under the car park or thereabouts. There's a metal cover at the top of the ladder. It's not gonna move an inch. That way continues on towards the car park. To the right, it goes around the corner again. Hey, there's a metal bar on the wall. taking it with me. You just never know. What was that? It stinks especially bad in this section. Now I'm in the same section of the tunnel I've just been in. Oh, that stinks. I've already just been here. I think I've gone round in a circle. I hate rats. No way I'm putting my hand in there. A piece of timber about 1.5 feet long. That leads back out of this dead end. Man, I'm scaring myself here. Damn fake soul key. Around the corner there, it goes back to the hotel. There's a room with some steps around the corner. I hope the sewer system doesn't go as far as the village. The bigger it is, the less are the chances of finding any signs. Somewhere back there is the hole I came through to get in here. I don't exactly know what all these grates are for. Maybe they're here to stop all the big pieces of flotsam, or they're here to stop folks breaking into houses from the drains. I can't open the grate with the wooden beam. The metal bar is a good 3 feet long. It's rusted away at the tip. The rest of it, though, looks relatively solid. Seems to be holding. A real dream. Angelina will be able to tell from 100 yards off that I'm coming to her rescue. A sturdy piece of 4 by 4 inches, about 20 inches long. The beam will hold the grate open. The only question is just for how long. A real dream. Angelina will be able to tell from 100 yards off that I'm coming to her rescue. If Angelina is here, then she's definitely got to be on this side of the grate. It stinks especially bad in this section. That way goes back to the room with the grate. More dark, stinking passages. The sewer labyrinth continues on again around the corner. A pipe which goes off downwards at an angle and hangs here. That's a piece of fabric. Could be from a blouse. And it doesn't look like it's been hanging all that long. I hope it's not Angelina's. But whose else could it be? The pipe leads steeply downwards. I can't see where it ends. It's big enough to climb into. Now, is she down there? Angelina! Angelina! Nothing. I'm pretty sure that that's from Angelina's blouse. Here's some blood. Oh, hell. I just hope that the pipe doesn't get any narrower down there, and that I can't find a way back outside. Damn slippery, as though somebody had greased the pipe with... Ah! Ah! Oh! Damn. Oh, as if someone has put oil all over the pipe. Oh, the stupid soul key is cracked. I can't even see my hand in front of my face. Huh. I've still got the camera. The flash might help. That's definitely no longer the sewer. But what's that here? That's the soul key. Or what's left of it. It's shattered into lots of little pieces. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with that. What's that? Something soft. A cloth. I've got it. That's the pipe that I slid down. I can feel a slippery substance on the floor. No way. I've got no grip and I can't pull myself up. There's something like a metal door here. Some kind of handle, but the door won't open. Damn, it won't work. Can't get the door open like that. I need some proper light. It almost looks like a bunker, or a prison. There's something very cold lying here. Metal. A pole or a tube. It really is a tube. About 18 inches long and quite heavy. A metal thing. A bucket. There's something slimy in it. Oil. Stale, old oil. There's a little bit of oil in the bucket. That's... It feels like rough fabric, but much heavier. And it's very long. A hose. Must be a hose. And it is, too. I have to get out of here, and I need another light source. It's too dark. There's still a match in the box. I ought not to waste it. A few seconds of light wouldn't help me all that much. Bobby's sparklers. A really weird gift for a guest. The sparkler will perhaps burn a bit longer than the match, but most definitely not long enough for me to get myself out of here. An old cleaning cloth, completely dried out. If I light the rag, it'll probably blaze for a short while. But then after a few seconds, that'll be it. I need light for longer. I'll dip the cloth in the oil. Okay, it's drenched in oil, just like my hand. The rag's soaked in oil. And my pants pocket, too. That would burn well, but I couldn't carry a burning rag with me. And just having light here wouldn't really help me any further. A metal tube, about 20 inches long and real heavy. The piece is much too small. I can't even get it wrapped around it. The thick oil slowly running down the bar, but the cloth ought to hold. I've stuffed a corner into the opening of the tube. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that was one superb torch. I'll stick it here in the wall. I don't really want hot oil running over my fingers. Here we go. My last match. Very good. Even with the light on, it looks like a hose. Two huge metal tanks, perhaps for fuel or oil. Could also be water tanks. Some kind of oversized tap. There's a connector for a hose on it. Huh. It seems to be normal water. No, I don't want to flood everything. I don't need a bucket. There really is oil on the floor of the pipe. Presumably the same as in the bucket. I'm not gonna get up this slippery pipe like this. I don't want to go up there before I found Angelina anyway. No wonder I couldn't open the door in the dark. It's been blocked with a pole. And it's a sliding door. The metal rails on the wall and floor give that away. That would suggest that I'm in some kind of a bunker. There are usually sliding doors in bunkers because you can still open them after an explosion. Perhaps I can open the door with that. Nothing's happening. A few loose wires are hanging out of the box. Looks as though they've been pulled out on purpose. I'll stick them in again. So let's see. Oh, there's even a light switch. This one here must be the switch for the door. The label makes it somewhat easier. Strange. It only made a noise for a short time. The metal pole is stopping the door from being opened. Of course, the door won't open with that there. I'll take it out of the way. You see? It works. The door is open and the light is on. There's nothing else I can do here. A big, dark room and bars. I can hardly make anything out.
We've been expecting you, Darren.
What is this? Who are you?
One day, you will be our guest.
What are you gonna do? What have you done with Angelina? No. No!
I'm going now. By the way, escape is impossible. This is an old Second World War bunker. There are meter-thick concrete walls, steel, and rock between you and freedom. We'll come for you in a few days, Darren. I wish you a pleasant stay.
Damn it! What do you want from me? Why did you have to use Angelina as bait? Why her? I'm gonna find you. Ugh. It won't budge an inch. Locked. The iron bars are covered in rust. I still can't move them. A huge padlock, quite old with a large keyhole. Damn, the lock seems to be rusted up. I've got to find another way to open it. A chain that's about 2 yards long. Looks like a screwdriver. What's that doing here? A common or garden screwdriver. Doesn't even got rust on it yet. What do they say about leverage? The bigger the lever... I'd say the screwdriver's a little too small. If that would work, then there's no way they would have left the screwdriver lying here. It's still very strong, even though it's old. I won't be able to break it open. I could use a welding torch right now. Or... Welding powder. It's a mixture of iron oxide and aluminum powder. That stuff burns at almost 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit and can easily melt iron. And iron oxide is in rust. There's enough of that here. Cheap camping table with a chair. I guess this is supposed to be the comfortable corner of my jail? A camping stove. Presumably I'm supposed to heat up my food with it. I need to ignite the gas first. That's one of those things you can light gas with. The metal part is rubbed with a kind of flint and then makes sparks. I shouldn't let the flame burn too long. Who knows how long the gas will last. I'd rather not. The sparkler will burn out really quickly. I have to do something else first. I'll leave it there. If I need to warm something up or ignite something, then I can do it here. There's plastic cutlery on the table. You can't do anything with it. Not even eat properly. Looks like ready meals in aluminum trays. That's not the kind you'd get in the supermarket. Looks more like it's a to-go tray. I'll just take one. An aluminum tray with some kind of ready meal in it. Hopefully not eel pudding or whatever they eat here in this country. Tinned food, various soups, apricots, beans. Apart from the fact that I've seriously lost my appetite, I don't really fancy a picnic in this cozy underground cell. It seems they don't want to let me go thirsty. That's about 3 gallons. If you need around half a gallon a day, That means they want to keep me waiting here for no more than 6 days. Great. I don't intend to stay down here long enough to eat all this. That's the contents from the Book of Fairy Tales. Nothing interesting to see. If I could make Weldon powder out of iron rust and aluminum powder, I could melt the lock with it. Weldon powder reaches a temperature of up to 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't just melt iron, it makes it almost evaporate. Right, I'll carefully scrape the aluminum off with the knife. Now this could take a while. I've collected a small heap of aluminum powder on the pages from the fairy tale book. I've collected the scraped off aluminum powder on the fairy tale book page. Now there's only the powdered rust missing. I better mix the aluminum powder with the rust powder before I put it in the lock. Good. I hope I can get enough rust off here. Okay, the rust powder's mixed with the aluminum powder. It's not the best Weldon powder ever, but it'll do for the lock. I've blended the powder rust and the aluminum together. For sure it's not the perfect Weldon powder, but it'll still burn pretty darn hot. The flame wouldn't be hot enough to ignite the welding powder. Fortunately, I wouldn't want 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit of welding powder on my hands. That's it. The welding powder's in the lock. The welding powder's in the lock. I just need to ignite it, and the lock will evaporate. I could be here a while. A few sparks aren't enough to ignite welding powder. I shouldn't let the flame burn too long. Who knows how long the gas will last. Good. It's lit. I'll have to hurry up. It's not gonna burn forever. The sparkler's not gonna burn forever. I need to hurry up. It's the only one I've got. Alright then. Real careful now. It's really evil stuff. The wicked thing is, it can burn without oxygen. That means you can't put it out with sand, for example. And if you pour water on it, the water is broken down by the heat, creating oxygen, or hydrogen, or oxyhydrogen, explosive gas. Everything explodes and superheated droplets fly everywhere. There's been some serious accidents. So it's not really something to try at home. But this was an emergency. The flame's gone out already? How was I supposed to heat my food over the next few days? The lock's just a lump of hot metal. It's gonna take days for it to completely cool down. I'll put the light on first. That was easy. Oh, crap. I know I'm gonna regret this. Angelina's pursuer, Reginald Boris. He's been stabbed to death. Perhaps I'll find some clues to what happened to Angelina.
Don't let it happen. You have to stop the evil.
God damn it! This can't be for real. This can't be for real. What the hell is that in his breast pocket? Oh, gee, looting a corpse. Just what I needed. But if it helps Angelina... Okay, I've just gotta do it. Sounds like a poem. But this is just half of it. The paper's torn. Days be done, Gordon's son, hanging long and grow, the light end in sight. I've no idea what that means, but I'll take the paper. Boris's note is ripped down the middle. I can only read a half of the text. It reads to me like part of a poem. Days be done, Gordon's son, hanging long and grow, the light end in sight. And there's something else. Insulation tape. Oh, that's it. Luckily, there's nothing else here. I've searched Boris's corpse thoroughly. There's nothing else I might need. I've seen enough already. A light switch. I'll put the light on first. The people who were living in this bunker seem to have left half of their things behind. There are bottles, boards, crates, pipe fittings, cardboard boxes, all kinds of things. The crate looks pretty rickety. Won't be long before it falls apart. Can't see nothing of interest. Boards, a broken lamp, and an old-fashioned detonating device. It's for detonating explosives, like the ones they used to use in quarries and mines. You turn the crank handle to build up an electric charge. When you press the button, it fires an igniter cap at the end of the wire. The metal locker must be about 50 years old, like most things here. I'm surprised that everything is kept so well. The thick walls probably keep things preserved. There's a box. These are cables with igniters, presumably for dynamite. I'll take one of the cables with me. I don't need any more cable at the moment. What have we got here? Whoa, A stick of dynamite. Does 50-year-old dynamite still work? Or does it work too well and explode in my hands? Okay. Alright then. I'll leave the other stick here for now. I don't want to push my luck. Absolutely no way. These kind of doors are specifically built to withstand explosions. It would be useless. The door is bolted from outside. It's a huge armored door. I can't break something like this open. I'll have to look for another way. Huh. A pressure hatch like the ones you see in submarine movies. Looks old, but isn't rusty yet. Let's see. There's not much to see. Oh, it smells like stagnant water and rust. This could be some kind of water storage or tank or something. There are rungs on the wall. Let's hope they're sound, like the hatch. The ladder leads up to the pressure hatch. Above it is the big bunker room in the jail. A hatch. It leads back downwards, but that could be my way to freedom. There's a pair of gloves and a wrench. I'll take them both with me. These gloves have seen better days. They look a bit well used. Got a few holes in them. Better not now. The wrench was lying under the gloves. You can't read the size on the grip. It's too rusted. The wall here seems to have been repaired, for whatever reason. A concrete girder. It's almost directly above the hatch. It's not moving. The hatch is very rusty, probably because of the water down here. What a disgusting brew. I don't know whether the dynamite is still gonna work. Well, it's not blown me into 1,000 pieces yet, so I guess that's something. I think I ought to place the charge first, and then make it live. You know, sometimes the only thing that helps is brute force. There's an igniter cap fastened to the end of the cable. I reckon the cable's a good 30 feet long. Okay. Very carefully. As soon as electricity flows through the wire, the igniter caps fire, exploding the stick of dynamite. Hopefully that's enough to blast the hatch open. All right. I've taped the stick of dynamite on the hatch. If I'm lucky, I can blow a hole in the hatch with it. These pieces broke off the concrete girder. Hopefully the floor up there doesn't cave in when I walk on it, but I think it'll support me even without the girder. I'll have to position the stick of dynamite and attach the fuse cable first. Alright, I'll wrap the ends of the two wires around the contacts. The wire's connected to the stick of dynamite in the detonator. Everything's ready for the explosion. I've always wanted to do this. The detonating device definitely still works. Good. There's another stick of dynamite, just in case the first one isn't enough. Damn! There's hardly a scratch on it. It's ripped the handle clean off, but most of the energy from the explosion is just dissipated. The power of the explosion is just dissipated like a little firecracker you light in your hand. I'll have to find another way to open the hatch. If the girder fell down, it would hit the hatch, and one beam, more or less, shouldn't affect its stability. At least I hope it doesn't. I'll have to connect the dynamite to a fuse cable first. Hopefully the second stick is as sound as the first one. That was the last stick of dynamite. Another fuse cable. Maybe I should position the dynamite first. The first explosion has hardly scratched the hatch. A second one's not gonna do much more. I hope that works. Okay. Very carefully. The dynamite should blast the concrete girder from the ceiling once and for all. Dynamite and fuse cable are connected. I'll wrap the end of the two wires around the contacts again. Then let's try again. This time it has to work. A hose. Quite thick. The kind that firefighters use. I guess it's been lying around here for years. It probably won't last much longer. An old box. Let's see. Magnesium flares. I'll take them. That's no idea what that is. It says here that it's a rubber dinghy with a built-in compressed air capsule. You pull the ripcord and the dinghy inflates within seconds. It must have been the cutting edge of technology back then. The cylinder of compressed air would have been refilled using this compressor. It's seen better days, but it's not fit for the junkyard just yet. The inflatable dinghy expands with its own built-in compressed air cartridge. It's a real compact package while it's uninflated, but it's only designed for 2 men. Unbelievable the amount of stuff I can get in my pants pocket. At this price, the quality's gotta be there. I think that the picture has turned out very well. Sure enough, it's penetrated the hatch. There's some kind of pipe down there. It leads downwards. It would be big enough for me, but I can't see where it leads. And I can't squeeze past the piece of concrete. I can't move it, it's too heavy. This damn beam is blocking my way. I've got to find a way to lift it. If I just put the boat under the girder, it'll probably slip out when it inflates. I've got to attach the boat to the girder somehow. I've got a single chain here, about 6 feet long. It seems like it's still in pretty good shape. There are metal loops on the rubber dinghy. I'll hook the chain onto it. I've hooked the chain through one of the metal loops on the boat. The boat is attached to the chain, which is wrapped around the piece of concrete. That might work. And up it goes. The boat has lifted the gutter a little bit. Now there's enough space for me to get past it. As long as the beam stays up there, then I'm happy. Damn. Up there's the way out. But there's no ladder here. I'm guessing that the room up there is the one behind the steel door, but I can't get at the grate. Somehow I gotta get up there. Perhaps I could flood this pipe and swim up? The concrete beam has broken off a piece of the wall here, and a few wires are sticking out. I think they're live. I'd better not touch them. An electric shock here could mean death. A water hose, maybe 10 yards long. That's not gonna help me. The hose is too short to reach anywhere. The metal door closed behind me when the guy pulled one of these levers. Let's see. Nothing's happening. But it must be possible to open the door with this lever. I'll keep trying. That's one of the 3 levers. Aha! I don't see any reason to close the door. I'll leave it open so there's a way for me to get back. I wonder why there's a jail in this bunker. Who'd they want to lock up here? There's the room with the tanks and the pipe which I came in through. A fire hose with metal connectors at both ends. Not exactly light. The metal connectors at both ends are heavy enough on their own. A water hose. About 15 yards long, I guess. That wouldn't get me anywhere. The hose would only just reach beyond the cell. What am I gonna achieve with that? I've joined the 2 short hoses into a long one. I've connected the 2 hoses together, but too much pressure and you can bet they won't hold out. The section of the hose from out of the water doesn't look too good anymore. I'm gonna have to do up the clips by hand. The connector fits. The hose is connected to the water outlet. First, I should put the end of the hose where the water's gonna help me. Through there is the cell in the big bunker room. just long enough. There's still some live electrical wires in the pipe. I'll have to change that first, otherwise flooding the place is gonna be dangerous. Stripping the wires is a good idea. Holding on to the ladder at the same time is too. But doing both at the same time is pretty difficult. No way. The gloves are such poor quality that I'd rather do without. A roll of insulating tape. Self-adhesive. I'll wrap the gloves with insulating tape. I've stuck the insulating tape around the gloves. That ought to stop me getting a shock when I fiddle around with the power cable. It'd be best to bend the electric wires out of the pipe and into the tank room. Oh, get out of here. All right, that's that. The wires are bent upwards and safe. All right then, let's flood the pipe. That should be enough. Magnesium flares light up very brightly and can also burn underwater. Divers use them when they're way down deep, where normal lamps won't work. Those are nuts. They're keeping the grate in place. It won't work with that. That won't work. They're too tight. Those are nuts. They're keeping the grate in place. It's working. Keep going, keep going. Just one more. Oh, that's it. Just in time. I almost drowned just now, and I want that to stay as an almost. Strange place for a gully. Brilliant. I almost killed myself getting through the first door, and the next one's waiting a few feet on. Wouldn't expect anything else. It ain't doing the slightest thing. The door is closed and at least as solid as the first one. I can't see any way of opening it. Perhaps there's some kind of control room where you can open it. Who knows? This room looks less like a bunker than the other one. More a combination of a bunker and a mine. Perhaps the builder of this bunker used a remote part of an old mine? The rock face gives extra protection, and less earth would have to be moved. There's a crevice, a crack in the stone, about half a yard high. I can't really make out much, but the crevice seems to go up diagonally. The crevice has been covered by a grate. That might suggest that it leads outside, but the bars of the grate are very thick and secured in concrete. It's gonna take a lot of force to bend it or rip it from the stone. An old wagon, like what used to be used in mines. It appears to have been built to transport heavy loads. It looks very solid and heavy. Huh, one of the wheels is missing. Perhaps that's why it was out of service. I can't move the wagon as long as it's missing a wheel. It's all decayed and rusted, and of no use to me. An iron chain, quite solid and around 5 yards long. I've only just found the chain. I don't want to throw it away already. The chain's a little rusty, but it still ought to hold a few tons. I'll just put the chain around 2 of the bars. If they're ripped out, I'll have enough space to climb into the crevice. Now I need to fasten the other end of the chain somewhere. The wagon's not gonna run away from me. There's no reason to chain it up. The bunker room's on the other side. Maybe the door can be opened from this side? I bet it opens the door to the main room. That's the way to the bunker room. concrete beam slipped into the pipe once the dinghy burst. That's why the water has risen so high. Besides, I don't want to go back down there. I prefer to stay dry. The compressor's flywheel is about the size of the wagon's wheels, and it's fastened with 4 nuts. There are only nuts here, no screws. Got it. The flywheel from the old compressor. Heavy, solid, and something like the same size as the wheels on the wagon. It would really be a coincidence if that fits, but I guess I need some luck sometimes too. It could really fit. It's a little smaller than the other wheels, but it's just as solid. Let's see. It works. Damn it, that's it. The planks aren't quite as robust as I thought. I'm not completely sure what moving the wagon has achieved. Perhaps nothing at all? Weird. One of the planks is broken. Fortunately, the others are thicker and have lasted. There's a shaft down there. I can't see the floor. I can just see darkness after a few feet. I'll move the planks to the wall over there. Still not much to see. The light only reaches a few feet down. The planks are of various thickness, and some are much more worn than others. Perhaps they're made out of different kinds of wood. I'll take one of the thick, solid ones. I'll leave the rest where it is. I haven't got a clue where the shaft leads. I can't see anything. I can't smell anything. Not the faintest breeze, nothing. Get out of here. It's disappeared. I don't even want to know how deep that thing is. I'm definitely not going to climb into it. A very lovely theme. After quite a few seconds of free fall, I couldn't see the torch anymore. Perhaps it bounced off a wall and landed in a crevice, or under an overhang. Or the shaft is endless. Oh man, I gotta get out of here. The wagon is right on the edge of the shaft. I might even be able to push it over, but what would be the point? A sturdy, thick timber plank. The plank still seems pretty sturdy, but I won't be able to break the metal bars out of the concrete. I've put one end of the chain over the bars of the grate. One end of the chain is already hanging on the 2 bars. I'll hook the chain under the coupling. It's directly attached to the frame and should be able to hold plenty. That's it. The bars and the wagon are connected by the chain. Okay, I've chained the wagon to the grate. If I were to push it into the abyss now, it might rip the bars of the grate out of the concrete. But maybe not, and I've only got one try. I should make sure by increasing the weight of the wagon. Will the weight of the wagon be enough to rip the grate out of the wall? Perhaps I should make doubly sure. A pile of stones. Most of the stones must weigh at least 60 or 80 pounds. The stones are adding real weight, and I can barely manage to get them into the wagon. The wagon full of stones must weigh a good half a ton. The wagon is right at the edge of the shaft, and it's full of 100-weight stones. I can't move it an inch. I might be able to move it that short distance with a lever. Alright then. I just need to make sure to get out of the way quick enough as soon as the wagon falls. Okay, the two bars have been ripped clean out of the concrete. Now there's enough room to climb up through the crevice. Let's hope that the crevice leads to freedom. Damn it! I'd crawl out of the trap and land in the Order's assembly room? Oh, this can't be for real. Fortunately, it looks like there's no one here. There's a fire burning in the dish. That means that someone was here not so long ago. Hopefully they won't be coming back as long as I'm here. To crawl about 2 yards through the shaft. I guess the bunker room is at least a yard deeper than this room. No way. Is this some kind of assembly room? A club room for the local necromancy and black magic society. Okay. As soon as I found Angelina, I'm out of here. There's several folded cloaks lying in front of the chest. 5 or 6 of them. Does that mean this conspiracy is only made up of a handful of people? No clues. Nothing that might help me. Again. Why do I continuously find myself standing in front of locked doors? Ugh! Oh, hell. That's another way of doing it. that way leads outside. I guess I'm somewhere between the hotel and the village. Alright. Calm down now. Angelina's still missing. Perhaps she's been used as bait in order to lure me here. But why? Where's she now? Perhaps I should talk to Miss Valley again. She knows more than she lets on. The question is, what's with the Order? I mean, who belongs to it? What do they want from me? Ah! Who the hell was that? Now where am I? I've got to free myself somehow before whoever it is comes back. There's bright daylight streaming between the nailed-up planks. How long was I out for? Whoever tied me up knew what they were doing. An old kerosene lamp. Looks pretty big and heavy. The glass is missing. A few shards of glass, probably from the broken oil lamp. They're curved and relatively thick. A shard of glass, possibly from the busted oil lamp. It's concave and relatively thick. I can't reach it. A green plastic bottle. I can't see what it is exactly. I'll shove it closer into the light. Huh. Kerosene. Judging by the weight, there's also still some in it. I could try to cut the bottle open. The kerosene is spread and has run into the crannies in the wood. There's a small pool of it left. I could hold the glass shard in one of the sunbeams. It's curved and might focus the light. Maybe it'd light the kerosene. But then I'd be sitting in a blazing pool of kerosene. Not exactly desirable. An old cleaning cloth. Quite obviously not been used for quite some time. How am I supposed to wrap the rag around the shard using my feet? A thin strip of wood. I think I can reach it. A slim, good 20-inch piece of wooden strip. Could be from some kind of a trim or something. I wouldn't be able to cut through the ropes with the strip. It's rounded off and it's really too soft. An old dusty rag. I think I've got it all. The rag is now soaked in the kerosene. I better leave it there. The rag soaked in kerosene. Well, at least parts of it. Good. I'll hold the shard of glass in one of the beams of sunlight. I think it's doing it. The shard focuses the light and heats a tiny spot on the material. Now that oughta... Wow. Way cool. Only a small fire for sure, but still way too big for me to undo my ropes. I can't just chuck myself in the chair into the flames. Oh, okay. I have to get there. That looks better already. A slim, good 20-inch strip of wood, which has one end of it on fire. That's much better. Alright. The fire's out. It wouldn't have burned for much longer anyway. Huh. The remains of what I was tied up with. Several pieces of rope, all between 1 and 2 yards long. This rope was lashed around my chest. It's notably longer than the other pieces. The office chair won't fit in here at all. It was probably brought here to tie me onto. Exposed ceiling beams. Pretty rustic, all that. Pretty ugly. I bet that thing hasn't always hung here. Looks like it belongs in a hall or a drawing room. It was probably taken down at some time and then stored here. Huh. Looks like tightly bundled material. Towels, bed covers, sheets, blankets. Perhaps the occupiers weren't able to take them with them, but also didn't want to just leave them to the rats and mice. That's why they bundled them all up as tightly as they could. The thing weighs at least 60 pounds. I'd rather not drag that around with me. The furniture's been covered to protect it from dust. And taking a good look at it, I'd say nobody's been here for years. Two landscape pictures. One shows a small rural town, and the other one a moorland scene. There's a brass plate under the picture of the town. There's something on it. Cardiff, 1812. The furniture and pictures were probably covered to stop them from gathering dust. Let's see what's behind it. Interesting. A family tree. Hey, maybe he'll give me some pointers to where I... There! right at the top. Samuel and Catherine Gordon. Then is that the Gordon's family tree? So this house also belongs to a Gordon. Are they behind the whole thing? The Gordon's family tree, beginning with Marcus and Mordred and going up to Samuel and Catherine Gordon. Hundreds of years of family history, full of murder and suffering. I can hear something. Sounds like a TV. Seems to be coming from downstairs. A hallway with a stair at the end. There's a kids program on the TV.
Is there anything I can do for you, Samuel?
What the hell is that?
Hello? Yes. We arrived. It's nice here. Everything's just like you said. No, Tom's gone shopping. Yes, Tom tied him up with rope up. I know. The man wasn't very nice to me. But I don't think it's good that he can't leave. Yes, I'll keep watch. Bye.
I think I'm slowly going mad. There was a woman's voice. She called me Samuel, and I heard music. All right, now I really must pull myself together. Bobby's sitting down there, and Tom's somewhere around too. The pair of them have kidnapped me on behalf of someone who knows this house. But where the hell am I here? And more importantly, how the hell do I get away? I've never been here before, but the room down there, that somehow seems familiar to me. The windows are nailed up with heavy planks. I'm not gonna get out of here. Huh. It doesn't look to me like I'm gonna be able to loosen the boards. Not one bit. Fastened up for good. Bobby's still sitting in front of the TV. I can't get past him unnoticed. There's some other stuff on the shelf. Looks like the mice have been at them. Some of the things have holes in them. This place in the wall looks a little strange somehow. A secret compartment. Oops, a kid's toy. Nothing more than kids' toys. Some child must have made themselves a store here. I've already got the toy car. I don't need any more of those things. A battery-powered toy car. When you turn it on, it just goes dumbly straight ahead. Looks like it's hardly been played with. I could well lure Bobby with it. But what then? He's a giant. I don't want to get into a fight with him. The cloth is so tightly bound that it's gone rock solid. Weighs a good 60 pounds, that thing. The remains of my bonds. Several pieces of rope, all between 1 and 2 yards long. Too short. Ugh. The pieces of rope are too short. A strong rope, maybe 7 yards long. The rope's over the joist. The joist has to be strong enough to carry pretty much any weight. I'll tie the rope under the binding, like that. The rope is secured to the bale and goes over the joist. Looks very promising. Let's see. That works all right. I somehow have to draw my conscientious guards into the room. Bobby'll notice the car, come up here, and we'll open the door. Then he'll see right away that I'm no longer sitting on the chair. If I'm unlucky, he won't come in and will bolt the door from the outside. Or he'll be so alert that he'll spot the trap. When Bobby sees the empty chair, even he'll get it that something's not quite right. A head. I think it's for putting your wig on, so that it keeps its shape. I can definitely use that. A stand for wigs, shaped like a human head. No. That wouldn't really do anything. The idea of these things is that you hang your suit or uniform over it to stop it creasing. You can then maybe brush it down, too. A tarted up version of a clothes dummy. Damn it, not holding. They certainly don't belong together. The dummy looks something like a human upper body, but there's a head missing. A large white sheet. Smells rather musty. No wonder. It's been used as a furniture dust sheet for years. Doesn't look like a human under the sheet either. It's missing a head. Wobbles a little, but the back of the chair is supporting the head. Why should I tie up the clothes dummy? It's definitely not going to struggle. The shape of it is something like a person. But Bobby's not blind. He's gonna see immediately that it's not me sitting on the chair. Not bad at all. At first glance, you could really think that someone was sitting there under the sheet. Ought to at least irritate my good pal Bobby. Okay, now I need to act quickly.
Hello? Everything okay? Oh.
Sorry, Bobby. Nothing personal. And now, let's get out of here. But where's all my stuff? I need my camera. Let's hope that Tom doesn't choose right now to come home from shopping, and that it's not all that far to the next town. Wow, the car seems to have withstood the impact well. Bobby must have had himself a sandwich. And there's the wrapping paper still lying there. That's a pretty old-fashioned cell phone. Modern ones only weigh about a pound and are no more than 12 inches long. Sure, I could call the police, but what would I say to them? Help, help, I've been kidnapped and I'm now sitting in a house somewhere in Britain. Or rather, allegedly somewhere in Britain. For all I know, I could be in Denmark. Or India. I need more information first. This castle must be a few hundred years old. It would only ever have been heated with fireplaces back then. The chimney probably went through several rooms, so that it could give off heat all over. Who might that have been? The king of the castle? Some kind of banners or flags. Strange that no one's taken them. These things usually stand for history and tradition. And would somebody who lives in a castle like to have them with them? On the other hand, if you wanted to leave everything behind you, then probably these things would be the first. Well, it's funny that lots of folk like to hang carcasses on the wall. In Evil Dead, I thought these stag heads were funny, but this one here is pretty quiet and sure hasn't got much to laugh about. The piano seems to me to be at least 100 years old. Mom got a lot of pleasure from it. She used to play piano very well. I don't play any instrument at all. And if I could, then I'd rather play bass in a grunge band than a piano in a castle. I didn't know what I should play, apart from the fact that I probably wouldn't be able to play anyway. A finely carved wooden chest. Now are my things in there? Locked. Yeah, well, it would have been too simple otherwise. The lock in the lid kind of suggests that it's not going to be easy to get the lid open. Yep, so it is. I'm guessing that the chest isn't as old as it looks at first glance. As far as I know, numerical locks like this haven't been around for long. You have to enter the right 3-figure combination. Only, what is it? I can't just simply keep fiddling about. There are too many possible combinations. The carving shows small circles over a line. Perhaps some kind of pitch information? That's too many circles for me to tell. A piece of grease-proof paper. It's got fat on it in some places and is almost see-through, but most of it is still clean. Now all that's missing is a pencil or something similar. Get out? Without my things? I need my camera back. And Angelina's notes. The whole bit. The stuff's gotta be here somewhere. It doesn't look like there's been a fire here recently, but there are still a few charred bits of wood in the stove. I'll take one of the smaller pieces. Ah, now my fingers are all black. A small, very charred piece of wood from the stove. It's only a bit bigger than a cigarette lighter. The circles are recessed into the wood. That means that they must be able to be traced on the paper using a piece of charcoal. Hey, worked well. You can easily recognize the circles as well as the lines. Could the circles on the chest be simplified notes? Notes which just give the pitch, not the duration? If they really are notes, then there's a starting point missing. Perhaps you can begin anywhere, and just have to pay attention to the relative pitch of the notes with one another. That was it, I think. I didn't make any Always the same note. Sounds like it's done something. Got it. Combination worked. Alright, there's my stuff. Alright, I'll just take this stuff. I probably won't need the rest anymore. A very lovely theme. I don't think that the piano's gonna help me again. The stair leads up to a small hallway. There are lots of rooms off it, including the room in which I was held prisoner. He's still tied up and unconscious. Now I've got the run of the place while Bobby's sparked out. Provided that Tom doesn't come back from shopping too soon. The entrance door. That way leads out to freedom, so to speak. Oh, great. Wonderful. I'm in the middle of nowhere. The next house could be miles away, and Tom could be back at any minute. I think I better find out where I am first. If Tom does come back, I can always jump into the bushes. That goes back to the hall with the piano. Only this window has been nailed shut. The others were left unprotected and so for the most part are broken. It looks like the occupiers moved out in a hurry. Or they didn't care about what happened to the castle. What a dump. The castle looks like it's been fighting a battle with nature for the past 10 years. And lost. I can't believe that someone still lives here. Everything's so run down and overgrown. A dream habitat for frogs and swamp plants. But that wasn't ever the plan, for sure. It smells all rotten and a bit airless. Probably the leaves from the trees rotting in the water. Whoever the guy is, and judging by his clothing, I bet he never reckoned on ending up standing in a swamp. I think that the picture has turned out very well. The garden continues on there. Tell you what, looks pretty damn wild back there. Not long now and you'll see this place is one green sea of plants. The boy's around 12 years old, I guess. Looks like he could be watching me. Hey, kid! I know you're there. Come out, I'm not gonna hurt you.
You couldn't anyway. I'm much too quick for you.
If you say so. I'm Darren Michaels, a mighty physics student.
I'm Van Helsing.
Whoa, the vampire hunter? I always thought you were a bit older, sir. Can you tell me where I am? What's this castle?
Eh? It's the old Gordon's place.
The Gordons? From Willow Creek?
Willow Creek? I don't know what you're talking about. Sir Richard and Lady Eleanor used to live here.
And where are we exactly?
Where? In Wales.
Oh, great. I saw some toys in the castle. Are they yours?
Yes, all my things. And my car. I got that for my birthday. I daren't go in there since those men have been there.
You better not. They're dangerous.
Are they werewolves?
No. But they kidnapped me.
Cool.
Hey, buddy. I've got to get going, okay? But, can you hold the fort here?
Of course.
Maybe the kid should do me another favor. I'll hold on to the car as an incentive for it. Hi there.
Hello.
Have you seen the two men who are living in the castle now?
Yes. Nasty men.
You bet.
One of them chased me. Said he would call the police if I don't disappear.
I'm sure he wouldn't do that.
The woman was much nicer.
Which woman?
The pretty one.
I see.
Was here a few weeks ago. She was snooping around and asked me about the summer house and the laboratory. And then she went. She took some blood samples with her.
Strange. Did she tell you her name? Or what she planned to do with them?
She needed the blood for research. Angelina said.
Whoa, what?
For research. Maybe she's a vampire hunter too.
What did the woman look like?
Well, like a woman. Pretty.
Like this? Did she look like this?
Yes, that's her. But she had long blonde hair when she was here. I liked her much more like that.
Long blonde hair. And when did you say she was here?
It was before my birthday. About 4 weeks ago.
Long before we coincidentally bumped into each other in Biddeford. What exactly did the woman do when she was here?
Looked at the castle and the summer house. Especially the house.
Do you know what she did there?
Looked for something. And I think she tried to get into the old laboratory. At some point, she gave up and started searching at the tomb in the marshes. I had to go home because it was starting to get dark. When I came back the next day, she walked past me coming from the summer house. She had a bag of blood in her hand and was very happy. And then, she left.
What kind of summer house is that?
It's all ruins. Blew up.
Really?
Yes, a long time ago. My father says that old Sir Richard died in the explosion. He had his laboratory in the summer house. He was a scientist. I think he was a vampire.
Really?
Of course. He experimented with blood. Who else does that kind of thing?
Maybe you're right. And they gave up the castle after the explosion?
Maybe. That was 10 years ago. Since I've been coming here, the castle has always been empty.
Listen, Van Helsing, can you do me a favor and keep watch for the car and the other man coming back? I need to have a look around here, and, I need a lookout.
Of course! Nothing gets past me.
Excellent. It can't possibly be a coincidence. Angela snoops around the Gordon estate, and I discover a connection to this very family in Biddeford. Did Angelina lie to me? The question is, did she have a good reason, or does she work for the Order? I can't leave here before I found some answers. You know, I believe him that the woman was Angelina. He recognized her immediately from the photo. That wasn't an act. Hey, look!
Ooh, my car!
Approximately a foot-long sharpened wooden stake. I really doubt that there are vampires here. The little guy's hatchet. Oh, it's seen better days. Can I just borrow the hatchet?
Yeah, of course.
From here, the garden and the castle make a pretty miserable impression. A completely filthy water tap. Well, who'd have thought it? It still works. A certainly old, but still functioning water tap. A water hose, which apparently they used to use to blast the garden. Ah, it's had it. There's a huge rip in it about a yard long. I was probably watering it over the winter, and when it froze, it will have bursted. Hoses have been real useful to me up till now. Hopefully the same goes for this one. The hose has had it. There's a tear in it here more than a yard long. The rip in the pipe is so big that I can just as well let the water splash into the ground. The house, or what's left of it, is not as old as the other ruins here. Apart from the burnt places on the ruins, I can't spot anything else of interest. That could have been a tower at one time. The princess would have been locked in the top, waiting for her knight in shining armor. Who knows what's waiting there now? I'm pretty sure that there's something interesting inside, but I can't get inside from here. This wall is definitely just as old as the tower, and just as shaky. I had to keep away from it. That's where someone either tried to turn into the entrance, or the wall fell down through old age. Behind the wall is where a kind of moat begins, maybe 4 or 5 yards deep. The only function of the wall seems to be to hold up the gate. I won't disturb it. Down there's just stone and junk. Perhaps a few objects from the Middle Ages. Swords, armor, that sort of thing. But that's for archaeologists to worry about. This lamp definitely hasn't worked for eons, and for sure is never going to again. The bowl is full to the brim with water. The outlet's probably blocked so that the rainwater can't escape. Wrecked, like everything here. A tree's blocking the way, but I reckon I can climb over the trunk. Oh, damn! That could also have gone in my eye. Luckily, it seems to have not rained here for a while. That's why the morass is relatively hard and dry. Otherwise, I would have sunken deeper, and might not have been able to get out on my own. The swamp must have expanded in the last few years. I can't imagine that people would have built houses and put a cemetery in the middle of a swamp. The tree has crashed completely into the house. Perhaps the softened ground couldn't support the weight anymore. Or maybe it got ripped up in a storm. It's a miracle that so much of the house is still standing after the tree smashed into it. Nothing interesting to see. The roof has caved in and buried the room below it. Huh. It's a miracle that the stairs haven't collapsed, but I'm still not gonna step on them. No chance. The door's wedged, and even if it wasn't, the building looks likely to fall down any minute anyway. Huh. A hook. It still looks pretty sound despite the rust. Ah, it's damn well fixed. I'm not gonna get it out with my bare hands. No. I don't need to strain myself there. It's well fixed. The hatchet is old and pretty rusty, but it looks kinda halfway usable. I'll try to loosen the hook using the hatchet. That worked amazingly well. A monument, and there's more behind. Maybe some kind of family plot. I think that the picture has turned out very well. Strange. None of the graves look like they're from recent years. Most of the stones must have been standing there for decades. Is that also some kind of grave? Huh. Nope. Rather more like a water basin. There's about half an inch of duckweed floating on the water. 3 very similar trees, all about as thick as an arm, about 3 or 4 yards tall, and pretty bent over by the wind. A pulley, somewhat battered and weathered, but it still works. It's still a pulley. Looks useful. I'll take it with me. The statues are of veiled women, grieving for the dead. In their book it says... nothing. Huh. The ground's real soft everywhere here. I think it must be a swamp. I bet as soon as it rains, you can't put one foot in front of the other. This building must be the only one you can still get into. The lid is partly fallen in. That would appear to have been a few years back, though. Obviously a wild, romantic place. Only the stinking swamp outside ruins the atmosphere. A stone figure holding weighing scales. The scales are empty. Could be Poseidon. Well, the statue's got a trident in its hand, at least. This stone statue is covered in moss, like the others. It's carrying a metal shield. Unusual. The shield hasn't been moved in years. False alarm. In horror stories, there's always secret passageways under sarcophaguses like this. And they always lead down into secret underground chambers. In reality, though, I think I can exclude that idea. There are only probably some horrible beetles and corpse-eating maggots in there. Little Van Helsing reckoned that Angelina had spent a long time messing around the tomb here. And here's the lid, not lying squarely on the sarcophagus. There are some stone chips which have come off the edge. Doesn't look all too old. Angelina had opened the sarcophagus. That much is clear. But why? I don't know why Angelina had lifted the lid off the sarcophagus. But she did. I'm sure of that much. The question is, how can I do that? The lid must weigh several hundred pounds. Angelina must have definitely had some kind of suitable equipment on hand, as opposed to me. I can't get the lid open using the pulley on its own. There are 2 belts. They look like carrion slings, and they look new. The belts are a ripstop weave. They'll sure hold quite a bit. 2 ripstop carrion slings. I'll place the sling around the back right corner, and the other around the front left one. The slings are exactly long enough to touch in the middle. The slings could definitely carry the lid, and I've put them on so that the lid can't tip. I don't think the ceiling needs any hooks right now. The pulley is hung up somewhere up there with a hook. The hook below then slowly pulls itself into the housing when you pull on the thin chain. A simple principle. All you need is somewhere to secure it, and you have to get the weight securely fastened onto the lower hook. Great idea. Oh, but sadly I've forgotten my crane. You know, the one I wanted to hang the pulley from. A good plan. Unfortunately, the thing doesn't have hooks. An old, but apparently very sturdy hook, made from metal. Well, okay, let's give it a go. Oh. The trees only have their first branches quite high up, and barely any leaves. They're obviously not doing too well, but they're still too thick to break them and bring them down. This'll take a while. The axe is real blunt. Okay, I felled the trees and trimmed the trunks for a good 1.5 yards. Tree trunks are about an arm's thickness and pretty long. Now, how does that go? You can somehow rig up a tripod out of 3 pieces of wood. So, and then like so. Yep, exactly. And now, one tripod. Just has to be erected now. I fastened the 3 trunks together and twisted them so that they support each other. You wouldn't get a Boy Scout doing that. I'll position it as well as I can over the sarcophagus. Okay, it's standing real firm, and I think it's gonna take the weight of the slab. The trunks are freshly felled, they'll hold quite a bit. It's the rope that's the weak point. I'll hang the pulley on the rope. I'll try to get as much of the rope as I can. The pulley's hanging nicely. In theory, I ought to be able to open the lid with it. Why should I still take the risk now? The length just makes it. The slings are holding the lid, and are hanging off the pulley. Everything's set. Real careful. Oh, I hope it's gonna hold. What have we got here? Steps leading down. The gap is big enough to squeeze through. I only hope that my rig-up doesn't collapse as soon as I'm in. Whoa. Now where's this then? Looks like the inside of a tower. And here's some kind of crater in the floor. Looks like something's exploded here. Chains, wrought iron rings, crudely hewn stones. Not exactly what you'd call modern craftsmanship. Rather more like a Frankenstein movie. Whether the crack goes back to the explosion or appeared later, I don't know. Whichever the case, it doesn't look good. It looks like there wasn't any fire. There's no charring in the rubble. An explosion which caused this kind of damage in a closed space? So Richard wouldn't have stood a chance. There's paper lying everywhere. Most of it soaked through from rainwater. Here's a folder. It's only wet on one corner. Newspaper cuttings. From 1981. 12 years ago. William Gordon in fatal accident, Willow Creek. William Gordon fell on Tuesday from his studio in the tower of his home due to unknown causes. Blah, blah, blah. William Gordon, suicide. As the police today announced, we are now dealing with the fall of the master of Blackmere Castle, close by the village of Willow Creek. In all probability, a suicide. Here's another piece a week later. Grim serial murders in Willow Creek. Blah, blah, blah. Latest victim of Bloody Trail, Vic Valley, just 12 years old. According to police sources, his body was found next to a stone circle in the woods. The condition of the corpse gives reason to suspect a ritual killing. Another 2 weeks later. Main suspect in Willow Creek murders identified. As Scotland Yard has announced, it has been established that at 3 of the murder scenes, there are signs which suggest the involvement of Samuel Gordon, the grandson of William Gordon, who was killed last month. Samuel Gordon was found dead 2 weeks ago at the foot of one of the towers of Blackmere Castle. Apparently the tower from which his grandfather had previously... Reports about the murder fest in Willow Creek 12 years ago. No wonder that Sir Richard was interested in it. William was his brother. Newspaper articles about Samuel Gordon's killing spree. That must have been the story at the time. Gruesome ritual murder, violence, mystical hocus pocus. An absolute feast for the press. The poster survived the explosion relatively undamaged. It was probably hit squarely by the pressure wave and then pressed against the wall. Here's a table showing the occurrences of blood groups. Most of the people have blood group AB. Then comes B, then A, and then quite rarely there's group O. The safe survived the explosion undamaged, I'd say. These burns may have well come from a Weldon set. The kid reckoned that Angelina looked real pleased with herself. Somehow she must have got the safe open. Now what have we got here? A combination lock. But not with numbers, with letters. Sheesh, I can only guess here. Whoa, hey! A Weldon torch. Angelina was using some heavy gear. But it doesn't look like it's been used. The safe wasn't cut open. Works perfectly. But it's not gonna help me much with the safe. A piece of plastic tube. Okay, I'll stick it in. Rather light. The walls of the pipe are thin. Maybe it belongs to part of a ventilation system or something. A thin-walled plastic pipe, not even 12 inches long. That wouldn't do anything. The rip in the hose is a good yard long. And the tube isn't even 18 inches. I can't mend the hose like that. unless I have a good reason to do it, I'm not gonna set fire to anything here. The piece with the rib can't be repaired. I'll cut that bit out. Okay, now I've got 2 halfway usable hose ends. I had to cut the hose into 2 pieces when I removed the part with the rib in it. If I want to have a long hose again, then I'm gonna have to somehow connect up the 2 pieces, making a watertight joint. No idea how that's supposed to go. Yeah, great! The tube fits exactly in the hose. Not. If I heat it up first, it ought to expand, and then I could connect the 2 hose ends. If I heat up the plastic tube, it'll expand. Then the ends of the hose will fit into the tube. I think that'll do. I've heated the ends of the plastic pipe to make them a little bigger. It fits. Just wait a bit while it cools down. Done. It's a pretty close fit on the hose. No more water's getting out of there. When the water flows through it, that'll cool the tube down completely. As it's cooled, it's pulled the thin plastic pipe together. Now it's as tight as anything on the hose. Here's a table showing the occurrences of blood groups. Most of the people have blood group AB, then comes B, then A, and then quite rarely there's group O. Metal holder with several blood samples. The boy mentioned that. There's a number on each sample, and there's a list of names stuck on the back of the safe. Now let's see. Weird. The numbers 1 to 5 are missing. That's Richard Gordon and William Gordon. Gordon's blood. What does Angelina want with that? Does she need it herself or something? Does she want to stop it getting into other people's hands? Whatever it is, I can't trust her anymore. She's in this thing somehow and she's lied to me. I ought to drive back to Willow Creek. Maybe she's turned up there in the meantime. And then we'll see. There's nothing else in it apart from the blood samples. And I know what I had to know. Angelina was after the Gordon's blood. The question is, why? And what have I got to do with it? Logic tells me that the tower has been standing like this for years, and so the chances are pretty damn slim that it's all of a sudden gonna collapse this minute, just while I'm here. But my gut tells me that I shouldn't stay here any longer than I absolutely need to. I can't get through there. The passage has collapsed a few yards in. The passage snakes along from here to the crypt. It's just about a yard or so high, and half full of marshy stuff. Not much longer and it'll be completely full.
Whoa, you've been in the crypt? Are there coffins in there?
Yeah, but no vampires.
Shame.
Well, what is it then?
A car! The other man's back!
The other kidnapper? Oh. Thanks for the warning. Okay, run home and tell your parents they should call the police, okay?
Cool.
I've got to be careful. Tom won't be too happy that I've disappeared. The summer house is only 20 yards away from here. Tom's car's back there. Maybe I could hotwire it and...
I don't care what's happened to your head, you useless pisswit. Make sure you get the old cow on the phone. I'll look for that bastard.
I'm never gonna get to the car. Tom would see me and I think I've seen a weapon. Looks like there are two options. I can wait here for the police and then explain to them for hours on end what's going on here. Or I can lay a trap for Tom and then steal his car. Tom's still keeping guard at the castle entrance. As long as he's there, he can't get into the garden without some risk. It's on. For a start, I ought to position the other end of the hose somewhere. That way goes to the rear of the summer house and into the swamp. It's quite easy to climb over the tree trunk. Only on the other hand, I ought to avoid jumping into the morass again. Try to lure Tom here, but I'm sure not gonna wait until it rains and the morass softens up. The hose is in position. Okay, good. Let's put the whole swamp underwater. That ought to do it. From here, it doesn't look all that different. But I've pumped at least 20 gallons of water into the ground. It'll be noticeably softer than before. I've already piped enough water into the bog, I think. Okay, let's hope everything works as planned. Hey! Tom!
Stop! Stay where you are! Don't move or I'll shoot.
And I'd bet that'd be the highlight of your last 5 minutes on Earth. Tom.
Get me out of here!
Huh. Why should I? Weren't you gonna shoot me just now?
I wanna get out of here!
Then throw your weapon into the swamp and give me your car keys.
I'll...
You'll what? Die in utter misery?
There. Now get me out of here.
Not so fast. What's going on with Angelina? Is she involved with all this?
I've already told you. I don't know any Angelina.
Tja, I'm inclined to doubt that. She was only in the village a few days ago.
Then I didn't see her.
You would certainly have noticed her.
One more time. I don't know any Angelina, and there was nobody sniffing around the village either. Except you. Okay? Throw me a bloody rope, will you? Or something or other.
Who ordered you to kidnap me?
You're supposed to pull me out of this.
Was it this secret society?
I don't know anything about a secret society.
The Order. That means nothing to you?
Yeah. Okay. I was supposed to find you, knock you out, and bring you here.
And then?
She was going to call me on the phone and give me further instructions.
She?
A woman. Sounded quite old. No idea who she is.
And she didn't want me staying in Willow Creek?
Yeah. I was supposed to bring you here as soon as possible.
Do you know who belongs to the Order?
No idea. I've only ever seen these nutters over by the mine. They were wearing masks. I don't know who they all were.
Alright then. I'm gone. The police will be here soon.
Get me out of here!
Why? Do you seriously believe you're gonna be sucked to the bottom? Idiot.
Excuse me, sir. There's been a letter delivered for you.
Who delivered it?
I don't know. It was in the hotel's post box. But there's no stamp on it, so it must have been delivered personally.
Huh. Thanks. Hey, it's from Angelina. Dear Darren, I haven't been completely honest with you.
I've been concerned with Willow Creek and Black Mirror for some time, and it was you I was looking for in Biddeford. I stumbled upon something there that I don't want to write about here. I can only tell you this much. You are in danger. There's a group of people who are out to kill you. They were already after you in Maine. They caught me here in Willow Creek. I managed to escape, and I've been hiding in a safe place since then. I found out today that you are here. I'll explain everything to you and hope that you will forgive me. No, I know that you'll forgive me when you know the dreadful truth. Come to the old lighthouse tonight at 11 o'clock. Make sure that no one follows you. I'll explain everything to you there. Together we can put an end to this whole thing. Take care of yourself, and trust no one. You don't know who might belong to the Order. Angelina.
Huh. Angelina's alive. That's the good news. But what kind of a game is she playing? Can I trust her? She lied to me. She knew about this place the whole time. And I'm sure she wasn't unfamiliar with Reginald Boris either. The question is, what side is she on? What's she up to? Either way, I'm gonna find out this evening at the lighthouse. But I should take some precautions. The only place where I'll get a few honest answers is in the Chronicle of the Gordons. Once I know which role the Order plays, perhaps I can deduce what game Angelina's playing. I've got to find a way to read the Chronicle in the museum. The lamp's gone out. The wick's probably fallen out and then burned. There's no way I want to go back down into all that stink. The pub's shut. No wonder. Tom's rather held up in Wales for the time being. Bobby's gone, but I'm not gonna get my hands on the book as long as these tourists are around. Perhaps I could hide and wait until the museum closes. A great place to hide. So I've just gotta wait. The museum closes in an hour. Hard to believe that I really did fall asleep. But it's only just after 9, and I've got enough time to have a look at the Chronicle and then go to the lighthouse. It's damn dark here. Good that at least a few lights are left on overnight. The cupboard wasn't such a bad place to hold up. I was so tired I fell asleep. Fortunately, I haven't missed my date with Angelina. Still the same weird shredding machine as yesterday. The window's slightly ajar. Probably to let some fresh air in here. Over there's the main part of the museum, and the Gordon family chronicle. First I want to read what this order's all about in the Chronicle. Then I can worry about how I get out of here. It's open. Let's have a look then. This is where the part about the order seems to begin. Only the brave actions of this valiant man preserved us from Mordred. It is to him, Father Matthias, that we owe for our life and freedom. Let his name not be forgotten, no less his doings, which we carry with us in our hearts. But nevermore shall the destiny of our community lie on the shoulders of one man alone. A man who may not possess the strength of Father Matthias and cannot withstand the powers of evil as he did. Therefore, a secret society shall be founded. The most decent and brave men of our community shall belong to it. They shall guard the academy and the key, the sacrifice room and the scriptures. They shall be the very men that stand between the world and the abyss. They shall pass their knowledge of Mordred and his dark forces from generation to generation. They shall be the descendants of Father Matthias in both spirit and action, for he gave himself for the well-being of us all. Does that mean the Order want to prevent Mordred from gaining power again? 100-year-old crazy ass. Crazy. But assuming the people in the Order really believe in it, then why are they after me? I don't intend to bring Mordred or any other bad spirits back into the world. And even if, how could I? These guys are completely nuts. People have been murdered here because of this ghost story. And Angelina, does she believe in this? Time that I ask her just that. We're gonna meet at the lighthouse soon. Therefore, our brotherhood should operate in the spirit of this great man for all time. It shall serve beyond the dominion of the Church, free of all the conventions, and over and above all earthly jurisdiction. Commit yourselves only to your one aim, that you may take control of that higher power. Our great strength lies in our secrecy. We stand in the darkness, in the shadows, and look into the light, invisible to all who may impede us, for if no one knows we exist, then we cannot be stopped. Therefore, my brothers, hold to these rules. The members of the Order shall not be known to one another. Only the High Priest of the Order shall be able to call every member by name and rank. At Order assemblies, every brother shall be masked so that none may recognize him. No outsider may be informed by the Order, neither purposely nor through carelessness. Be wary, my brothers. Behave inconspicuously, but be wary. The day on which you must prove yourselves will come sooner than you think. The door will be locked, and I guess it's also alarmed. I have to find myself another way out of here. The windows are closed off with heavy shutters, and they're probably alarmed. I'll not get out of there unnoticed. Hardly anything in it. Oddly surprising, considering how little seems to go on here. I can see a tissue, some pieces of paper, and a chewing gum wrapper. Chewing gum, wrapped in aluminum foil. I just need a paper clip and then I can build an atomic bomb. An old piece of chewing gum, very nicely wrapped in paper before being thrown in the trash bucket. A run-of-the-mill wooden board. It's part of the sewing machine. I'm sure no one will notice if this piece of wood goes missing. I'll take it. Still the same weird shredding machine as yesterday. The window seems to be my only possibility to escape. Unfortunately, it's a little high up. The shredding machine looks pretty dangerous. I wouldn't just stand on it. Huh. There are 2 metal strips. One on the wall and one on the window. That's gotta be a pretty simple alarm. As soon as you open the window, the contact is broken and the alarm is triggered. I can't reach it. An absolutely ordinary slab of wood. About half an inch thick and 20 by 31 inches wide. The shred is covered. The board is lying firmly on the shredding machine. As soon as I open the window, the electrical circuit is broken and the alarm is triggered. I've got to bridge these 2 strips. It's only 2 or 3 inches. You can't say movies aren't educational. That should be enough. The electricity will be conducted through the aluminum foil, even when the window's open. That went well. I should probably,
Satan!
Not again.
From days done by till days be done. The same befalls each golden sun, a silent shadow hanging long. Gripping terror doth grow and grow. Never cast into the light. Never is an end in sight.
What? What did you say? Where do you know this poem from?
The spirits of the forest whispered it to me.
Spirits of the forest? What's all that garbage?
Ghosts in robes. They've got horrible white faces. In the forest, near the haunted mine.
Hey, wait! Do you belong to the Order? Hello? That was the poem that Reginald Boris had on it. He probably belongs to the Order. And the bum said he heard the poem near the mine. I should go and have a look around there before I go and meet Angelina. So it's here. Man, what's wrong with me? If I was superstitious, I'd say a couple of ghosts just tried to make contact with me. But let's be rational here. Probably just losing my mind. Fantastic. Oh well. Hopefully it's just lack of sleep and the exhaustion.
I don't like it either, but it was right to send him.
Members of the Order, I've gotta hide. It's not really the right time for it.
Once they opened the grave and the boy wasn't in it, I knew this would happen.
But he was so far away. Isn't it possible that the curse hadn't taken control of him?
She sees it differently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to keep him captive.
Psst. She's coming. We thought we should meet in the mine today, due to the weather. Is that okay with you?
It makes no difference.
I should have guessed. Miss Valley's behind all this. She's Little Vic's sister. She's been really involved in the whole thing. And of course, being a librarian, she knew the Order's history. She must have convinced a few people from the village to get involved. Then, for whatever reason, they've targeted me. And this Miss Valley will stop at nothing. I'm sure of that. Was Angelina in her way? I gotta find out.
What does this mean? Why are we having this meeting?
Is there something new from Reginald?
What about the girl? Is she really here again?
Have you heard anything from Wales? There's some bad news. Brother Reginald is dead.
What the bloody hell did you just say?
Oh my god.
But this is not the time for mourning. The girl is still snooping around here, and what's worse, he has escaped.
How?
What are we gonna do if he finds out?
Silence. The danger is near. Very near. Both the girl and our American friend could destroy everything we've created over the last few years. I'm afraid we're forced into taking drastic measures.
But we can't.
We've got no other choice.
I better get out of here.
What was that?
Someone there? It's him!
Stop the door!
It's all
the
right.
door!
We're not
Don't
going
let
to
him
hurt
escape!
you. Be careful!
You've got no chance!
I said stop him!
Don't let him escape!
Oh, damn!
Open the door!
He mustn't escape.
I'm out of here.
There he is! Come on, hurry up!
The Order are right behind me. I have to come up with something.
We're sorry, Darren, but we can't allow it.
No. Oh! No!
There he is! Come on, hurry up!
He's closing the door.
Push it!
I can't hold it closed forever. As soon as I let go of the door, they'll rush through and catch me. Very good. The iron bars have blocked the door for a while. That'll slow him down. Not for long. Hell, come on! I gotta get the damn door open somehow. Door's open. Let's get out of here. The door isn't gonna hold out forever. I have to find a way out of here.
We're sorry, Darren, but we can't allow it.
No. Oh! No! iron bar. Perhaps I can fend off the guy with it. A solid, good, nearly 20-inch long iron bar. If I whack somebody over the head with this baby, it'd sure be good night Vienna. Half of the hose. No idea who tidied it up again. No way! Where and how is the hose supposed to stick? Good. I'll knot the hose tight in the middle of the bar. I've knotted the hose in the middle to the metal bar. That should hold okay. Perhaps it'll work. Yes, the bar's lying across the mouth of the pipe.
There he is! Shoot! Too late! Grab him!
Follow me through this heavy grate, but I'd still better get out of here fast. The order is hot on my tail. I better get a move on and get myself out of here. Oh, hi, Murray.
What the hell's going on here? You can smell that stench through the whole hotel. Pack your things immediately and get out of here!
There's something I gotta do very urgently, Murray. I'll be as quick as I can, and I promise it won't happen again.
No, it certainly won't.
All right, then! I'm here! What's going on? Angelina? Where are you? Angelina! Angelina! Come out here and show yourself! I'd do anything for you. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? Oh, no. Angelina. Something's not quite right here. Huh? Mom?
Darren? Darren, is that you?
Mom, what? But you're...
You're not my son anymore.
But I... What the hell was that? Did I see a ghost? It says Fulla. What's Fulla's grave doing here? Ugh!
You pussy. I'll get you.
We'll see about that. What the? I don't believe it. What a crazy dream. What was that? Hello? Ah!
Were you having a nightmare?
What? Who are you?
I'm Ralph.
My name's Darren. Where am I? Is this the old academy?
Mr. Bubby and I live here.
What are you two doing here? You and Mr. Bubby?
We live here.
You've already said. But, is there nowhere else you could live?
No, the evil house where we used to live doesn't exist anymore, and we didn't want to go back there anyway.
Could it be that you once lived in Sir Robert's sanatorium?
And Mr. Bubby too. He protects me and tells me what I have to do.
It's good to have a friend.
And Mr. Bubby says that all the time too.
Isn't it dangerous here? The ruins look like they're in danger of collapsing.
Sometimes stones do fall down when it's stormy and there's thunder, or if the wind's blowing wildly. But then we always hide anyway. Mr. Bubby is scared of thunderstorms.
Are there good hiding places here then? Maybe some hidden rooms or passages?
We always hide ourselves here in our house. Nothing can happen to us here.
Yeah, sure. Did you see the big fire at the lighthouse?
Yeah, I like fire.
You wouldn't have liked this one.
Angelina was here. She came, and then she went, and then she was there again, and then there was someone wearing a white mask, and then there was fire.
Hold on. You know Angelina?
Yes, she was here a lot.
So, there was Angelina and a man with a mask, and then there was a fire?
Yes. First we hid ourselves because it was thundering, and the bad man wasn't supposed to see us. But then the fire had shone so nice, we just looked. I like fire.
Yeah, and then?
Then the fire went out. The rain put it out. Then you came. You were calling out loudly, but I didn't know what. Then you fell down and stopped moving. Mr. Bubby said I ought to get you into the dry.
Tell Mr. Bubby thanks from me. That was a good idea.
Mr. Bubby says, my pleasure. We don't often get visitors here.
What happened then?
Then the police arrived. We don't like them. They wanted to take us away to here. Then along came a really nice black car. It looked a lot different from the police cars, or the cars we sometimes see in the village. It looked kind of old, but it was very nice and shiny. But it wasn't there for long.
Did you see who was sitting in it?
No.
You know Black Mirror Castle?
I've never been there. I think there are bad people that live there. Sir Robert lived there, and he was bad.
Yes, he was.
Our friend Samuel used to know the castle.
Samuel Gordon?
He used to help me and Mr. Bubby. I liked him. But then when they shut down Sir Robert's wicked house, they said that Samuel was a wicked person as well. I don't believe that. Sometimes you do things that are wrong, but you don't mean to be wicked. Wicked voices make you do it, said Mr. Bubby.
I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
This shed looks anything but livable. On the other hand, Ralph will be better off here than in a sanatorium. You can't begin to imagine what that crazy Robert had done with the inmates. Not exactly what you'd call a cozy home sweet home. The corrugated iron will keep the rain off, but it must get hellish cold in there, especially in winter. Poor guy. A weird stone head. It looks rather like a troll. I think that the picture has turned out very well. That doesn't seem to have any practical purpose. I think it's only there to intimidate visitors. This must have been a grand hall. Maybe with a gallery. There's the remains of the first story. The staircase leads to nothing. It must have fallen down at some point. There seems to have been a door there. It leads further into the rooms. The raven flew out of a crack in the rock. There might be a cavity behind that. A solid stone slab. It looks like there could be a space behind it. But how can I shift this slab? It's gotta weigh a ton. A heavy stone pedestal. There are 4 recesses. I can see some remaining bits of black and white coloring in between. Like a chessboard. A stone pedestal with a chessboard. If this is supposed to be some kind of chessboard, then the pieces are conspicuous in their absence. Hey, what's this then? There's a little figure lying by the stone block. It's a little stone figure. Looks like a chess piece. It's the queen. These stones look a bit weird somehow. They don't look like they've all fallen like this just by chance. It looks like they've been stacked up. There's a chess piece lying there. That's gotta be a pawn. I still haven't got all the pieces together. The rest of this tumbled-down academy is up the stairs. Hello, Ralph?
Hi, Darren.
I saw a raven there a short while ago.
We don't like him. He's always screeching and flapping, and he steals things.
He steals things?
He once stole the lid off one of our cans.
He likes shiny things.
Me too. And it was our lid.
Do you, by any chance, know anything about the chess pieces that are hidden somewhere around here?
What are chess pieces?
Little figures that are kind of kings, queens, castles, and knights. They're usually small and made out of wood. But I'm looking for bigger ones made from stone.
Mr. Bubby found one like that. It's a horse, a really nice one.
Hey, cool. Would you lend it to me?
It's Mr. Bubby's toy.
And would Mr. Bubby lend it to me?
Mr. Bubby plays with the horse. If you take it away, then he'll have nothing left to play with.
Ah, I understand. But what if I brought him something else to play with? What does he like playing with?
With horses.
And, what else?
Mr. Bubby likes music. Maybe you can get him something he can play music on. You can get him a piano.
That could be a problem. You said that Angelina was here quite often.
Yeah?
When was the first time she was here?
I don't know.
Approximately. Around about... What do you reckon?
100 years ago?
Huh. And what did she do here?
She had a very careful look around at everything, and then she found our house. She said she was looking for something. A door that led under the ground.
When she was here yesterday and disappeared for a short while, where was that?
I don't know. Mr. Bubby wanted to make himself nice for her and didn't look.
Mr. Bubby wanted to make himself nice for Angelina?
I think Mr. Bubby was a bit in love with her, but he could never bring himself to tell her.
And now, it's too late.
Maybe he'll tell her next time, when she comes to visit us. You think she'll come and see us again soon?
That's, I don't know, Ralph. Perhaps. I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
There's a new day smiling at me out there. Mocking me. How, on a day like today, can a place look so peaceful? I can still see her. The charred body hunched so unnaturally. Terrible. I'll never be able to forget this image my whole life long. The fire didn't spread much. The grass was already wet before it rained. Those bastards covered her in gasoline and put a match to her. I hope she was already... I hope she didn't have to suffer too long. When I get my hands on these guys, I'll avenge Angelina. And I'll avenge myself. They've taken away the only person that still meant something to me. small smudged note. It says, "The king went north, the pawn went south, the queen..." I can hardly read the rest. "And the knight to the... something ST." What's that amongst the stones? A chess piece. The king. I wonder who put the chess piece there. It can't have been sitting there between the stones long. It's not been weathered at all and looks brand new. There's a knife sticking out of the wooden beam. It looks like someone's been carving into the beam. With little talent, but a lot of patience. The knife isn't new anymore, and also not especially sharp. No good for carving, but you'd sure still be able to cut through something with it. They look like they've been hanging there for decades. They sound eerie. The ruins of the old academy, built by the Gordons' ancestors. This must have been at the heart of the whole neighborhood in the past. I want to find out what Angelina was looking for in the ruins first. Wind and rain will wash away the ashes. The grass will grow, and in a month it'll look as if nothing ever happened. But no one will forget Angelina. I'll make sure of that. Hello, Ralph?
Hi, Darren.
About the horse figure.
Have you got anything you can play music on?
No, but perhaps...
Mr. Bubby would like something that makes music.
Okay. I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
I'd just like to get a bit closer to Ralph. If only I knew what I could talk to him about. I think he's a bit weird. Bush. I'm not 100% sure. The branches are very long and straight, too. Very typical for them. It's pretty difficult to break off branches like these when the bush is full of sap. They have a thick, flexible bark and fibrous inner that you simply can't snap. I'll cut a little piece out of a branch. A small piece of wood from out of the elder bush. It's damp, and you can clearly recognize the thick bark and the light-colored wooden core. I saw that on TV once. If you hit the bark with a hard object, like with a knife, then the bark loosens itself from the wood. Then, with just a bit of pressure, you can push the piece of wood out of the bark. Just cut a slit in the bark here, push the piece of wood back in a little, and there you go. A whistle. Ralph's gonna like the whistle. By pushing the piece of wood into the bark, you can even alter the pitch of the note. Hey, Ralph! Have a look at what I got here.
Wow! That's much better than a piano.
And smaller, too. Now, can I just borrow the horse for a short while if I give you the whistle for it?
Okay.
Nothing's happening. Okay, I've got all 4 pieces. I'll place them like it says in the note. The words on the note are partly smudged, but there is... The king went north, the pawn went south, the queen... I can hardly read the rest. And the knight to the... something ST. A stone chess piece. It's the king. I heard a quiet click. A small stone chess piece. That has to be the pawn. I heard a quiet click. A stone chess piece. It's the queen. I heard a quiet click. The knight. Mr. Bubby's favorite toy. I heard a quiet click. Phew. The right arrangement of the pieces has made the gate open. I'll just leave it there. When Mr. Bubby has had enough of his whistle and wants his horse back, then he can come and get it. A crafty mechanism opened the door. Whoever thought of that must have had something very important to hide. The damn bird again. He's got his own private way into this room. I'd say the raven pecked it apart. Maybe he was looking for something edible, or more sparkling things. So the raven got in here. There's a big hole in the roof. It wasn't really able to withstand the weather. Out there, it's brighter and the air is less stale. In return, you're more exposed to the weather. At least if you haven't got a house like Ralph. A stone plinth. There are 3 grooves on each side. No idea what you can do with it. Is this the gate that Angelina was looking for? The gate to the catacombs under the academy? Pretty modern sleeping bag. Was it hers? Some clothes. They really could have belonged to Angelina. And here, a little book. Is that... That's gotta be Angelina's diary. And here, There's a folded note in the book. But one thing at a time. What's she written on the last pages? Tuesday, I found him.
He's called Darren Michaels, or rather, that's the name they have given him, if I'm right about my suspicions. He's very nice. I don't think he has the faintest idea about the whole thing. I wanted to speak to Mrs. Michaels, but nobody came to the door when I rang the bell. There seems to be a man following me. Even before my departure, I had the feeling of being watched. What does the man want from me? Evening. Mrs. Michaels has had a terrible accident. She's lying in hospital with severe head injuries. I wonder if she had already fallen when I rang the bell. Oh, God, I'm imagining all sorts of horrible things. Wednesday. I've been arrested for the murder of a man whom I barely know. I was led into a trap. A voice told me over the phone that they had information about Darren. When I arrived at the store, I discovered the body and was promptly arrested. I think my pursuer is behind this. Or am I being paranoid? Who can have an interest in finally ending all of this? Afternoon. Darren is so sweet the way he's really gone to town to help me. He's so ready to help. He's a bit of an oddball, but I like him a lot. Doesn't matter if he is who I think he is. I've found a good friend. Or maybe more. Later. Reginald Boris. That's my pursuer's name. There's no doubt anymore. He's here to hinder my search, to stop what I'm doing. Who has sent him? Evening. It's him. I know it now. He brought a little casket with him on our first date. Inside there was a photo of his mother and the servant Bates. They were standing in front of the gate at Black Mirror Castle. I recognized it immediately. He simply has to be a Gordon. His mother had an affair, and after the fire, she went to the USA. But I don't have the guts to tell him. His mom's lying in the hospital, and he has enough to worry about. On the other hand, I've got to find out who my new adversaries are. What might happen if I were to take Darren back to Willow Creek, and in doing so, bring him into danger? I couldn't forgive myself for that. I'll go back on my own and start my own investigations into who our enemies are. I'll tell Darren everything at some point.
Like I thought, Angelina knew more than she let on the whole time, and she put herself in danger to protect me. It all fits together. The payments from Willow Creek, there being no pictures of my father, and me not being able to remember him. There was no car crash. There was a fire in the castle, and my mother was injured then. She was sent to the USA and received a pension, or maybe hush money. The only thing I don't understand, what is it all about? What did Angelina want to achieve, and what does the Order want to prevent? Most importantly, what have I got to do with it? That's Angelina's diary. She describes her time in Maine in it. The pages that follow have been torn out. Those are the pages I found in the hotel. There's nothing before all that. She seems to have only started writing a diary with her going to the U.S. Tuesday, This note was stuck in the diary. It's a letter. Darren, I hope this letter finds you.
I can't tell you just how sorry I am that I wasn't honest with you right from the start. I've underestimated the danger from the Order for way too long. I've been playing a little game, and now it looks like I've lost. The Order's agents are creeping through the ruins, and it's only a matter of time until they discover this room. I'm going to hide the pieces, and I'm going to try to break through to get to the village. Perhaps I can at least keep them away from the gate. Should you be reading this letter, then I haven't made it. And so, I ask you to complete my work. You don't believe in the curse, I know that. How could you, though? You were so far away. But I came across some illustrations during my studies, and it's all true. terrible things happen here every 12 years. And that's been going on for centuries. Maybe it's mass suggestion, or maybe it's some kind of radiation, or maybe it's a curse. Call it what you like, but it has to stop. The key to all evil is hidden beneath the Academy. A chamber which was used centuries ago for some kind of dark rites. There are also the soul keys which Samuel Gordon discovered 12 years ago. Destroy them. Destroy everything. And if it's all just a fantasy in the people's heads around here, take away the reason for them to fear. But guard yourself against the Order. It is an occult sect which I had believed to have died out. A great mistake. It still exists. They mess about with dead bodies and they want your blood. According to the legend, only a male Gordon can open the cult's chamber, touch the soul keys, and carry out the dark rituals. That is why I was looking for you. I believe that you are the last of the Gordons. You are in the greatest danger, as long as the keys and summoning chamber are not destroyed. Then the Order will hunt you down to the very ends of the earth. Up until now, I haven't managed to penetrate the catacombs. To open the gate, you need to have the mosaic tiles. I have only found one. It's in my rucksack. The other two are hidden somewhere within the castle. The only clue I have to the hiding place of one of the other tiles is a name. Maximilian Mortimer Gordon. You have to return to Black Mirror Castle and look for the mosaic tiles there. The danger is great, since I'm sure that most of the castle's residents are also members of the Order, so don't make yourself known to them. It's the only chance of getting the mosaic pieces, and the only chance, perhaps, to discover who your father is. It's all so awful, Darren. It's as though I've opened Pandora's box. I wanted to do something good, and in doing so have brought you into terrible danger. I hope that everything will come good in the end, and that we too can start afresh together. With love, Angelina.
A curse? All of this because of a curse. The blood of the Gordons. An occult secret society which like to call up the devil in person. It's all so crazy. How can you kill folks in the name of such a fantasy? How can anyone get so caught up in this superstitious baloney that they kill for it? But Angelina's right. Bizarre as these people's motives might be, they're gonna keep on going as long as they can see a chance of achieving their goal. They've got to be stopped. And I'm gonna stop them. Angelina's death shouldn't have been completely in vain. The gate won't move, and I can't see a latch or a keyhole. Angelina wrote that this gate can be opened using 3 of the mosaic tiles, but I don't know how exactly. A stone plinth. The pieces of mosaic that Angelina wrote about fit in the 3 grooves on each side of it. The piece of mosaic's not in the rucksack, and there's nothing else lying around here. But I should check inside the sleeping bag just to make sure. An old-fashioned oil lamp. This place must have been even spookier in flickering light from a flame. I'd rather leave it where it is. So she hid in here? In these rooms with an oil lamp and her notes? She was very brave. Or crazy. Nothing. No mosaic tiles. I think I know who's got it. Not only have I got to get the 2 pieces from the castle, I've also got to retrieve another from a feathered thief. piece of mosaic's not in the rucksack, and there's nothing else lying around here. And the raven flew in the direction of the castle. Blackmere Castle. It'd be best if I walk and steer clear of the village and the roads. I knew my path would one day lead here. I'll find out who my father is, find the mosaic pieces, and make sure that Angelina's death hasn't been in vain. But I gotta be damn careful. According to Angelina, at least one of the castle's residents is a member of the Order. Maybe I can find out who that is. I wouldn't even have dreamed of standing in front of this gate a few days ago. It looks just like the photo. It almost looks like time stood still here. Castle looks real gloomy. The overgrown garden, the damp fog, and my current state of mind don't really help it seem any friendlier. The gate is bolted and made of solid iron. There's no way through there. The entire estate is probably enclosed by this fence. The aristocrats in this country don't really foster an open-door culture. The stone figurine is a naked woman, a nymph. I can't see anything peculiar. The two stone figures look almost identical. I can't see anything that could be of interest. It seems they're a bit more relaxed with nudity here in England. Alright, I don't need to examine it in such detail. Letterbox. Not pretty, but rare. The lock on the letterbox seems to be damaged. Empty. An electric doorbell? I was expecting an old bell. Nothing. Maybe it's broken. Still nothing. Really seems to be broken. Oops. Now it's broken. No, it's broken. The braces on this door are badly weathered. Two have turned to rust and aren't even connected to the door frame at the bottom. No way. The braces are only connected to the frame on one side, but they're much more resistant than I thought. Nah, I'll only break this good lockpicking tool. I need something bigger. I don't think I'm gonna get through this door using skill. Nah, I've got a lockpicking tool with me, but still can't unlock the doors. There's a really thick branch lying in the undergrowth. Looks solid. It's damp, but not rotten. It must have broken off the tree quite recently. Maybe in the storm yesterday. A tree branch, about 1.5 yards long. Pretty sturdy. I didn't come here to practice my whittling. Once is enough. Using this branch as a lever should work. That's it. My private doorway to the castle.
Hey! How did you get in here?
The gate was open.
Really? I'll wring that brat's neck. I've told her 100 times that the gate must always stay closed if we don't want yobbos snooping around the grounds.
If you're referring to me, I'm not a yobo. I'm a policeman.
Oh, you don't say. Then you're sure to have ID. Can I help you, sir?
I've told Mr.
Lewis, good sir. To you, it's just Lewis. You'll take care of this bit. Wonderful. You will have to excuse our gardener, sir. How can I help you?
My name is Falk. I'm investigating a murder that occurred at the lighthouse last night.
I heard about that. Terrible. But tell me, your accent.
I'm part of an exchange program. The United States, Canada, and Great Britain exchange detectives to learn about the various investigative methods. Sherlock Holmes meets Dick Tracy, you might say.
If the government deems it necessary, what about Inspector Collier? Shouldn't he be accompanying you?
He's sick today.
I see. He is getting out a bit. How can I help you?
This is an amazing property.
Indeed. It's a place steeped in history.
Unfortunately, all that history often had plenty to do with blood, death, and misfortune, from what I've heard.
The Gordon family was often put to the test. That's true.
Forgive me for putting it like this, but the castle doesn't make the best impression.
I don't understand what that has to do with your inquiry, Mr. Falk.
A witness saw an unusual black car at the crime scene.
What do you mean by unusual? The Gordon family does have a classic 30s English automobile in its possession.
Unusual enough. Were you up on the cliff with the car this morning?
The ladies haven't driven out anywhere today. And I also don't think that Lewis has taken the car either. Ask him. He looks after the car. Mainly when he should be looking after the garden.
This Lewis has a bit of an abrupt manner.
He's Welsh.
Uh-huh.
He came with his mistress, Lady Eleanor, when she moved in here after the death of her husband. He used to look after her castle's gardens in Wales. He used to have a different kind of work ethic there.
Lady Eleanor owns a castle in Wales?
She does. Her husband, Sir Richard, was killed in a dreadful accident a few years back. She moved here soon after that.
Interesting. You said ladies.
Lady Victoria. She owns Black Mirror Castle, and Lady Eleanor is a relative of hers from Wales. The ladies are the last of the Gordons. They reside here in the castle.
Can I have a word with them?
I would prefer it if you didn't disturb them.
Lady Victoria is not a young woman.
No harm in a few words, surely.
Whatever there might be to discuss, you can also discuss with me. I've been involved with the Gordons for more than 70 years. I can tell you everything you may wish to know.
This woman has been murdered. Did you know her?
Are you sure, sir?
Sadly, yes. Her name is Angelina Morgan. You seem to recognize her.
Come with me, sir. We'll have to show this to the ladies.
Fine.
One moment, please, sir. I'll announce your arrival.
What was that in the mirror?
Mr. Falk, their ladyships are ready to receive you.
Mr. Falk, is everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I didn't sleep well. Lady Victoria? Lady Eleanor. My name is Inspector Falk. I'm investigating a murder case.
Bates said you had a photograph of the victim.
That's right. Do you know her?
What's her name?
Angelina Morgan.
I don't know her.
If that's everything.
I do have a few more questions.
It's all right, Bates. Of course we will be glad to cooperate with the police. Drive to the village and do the job I asked you to do. I'm sure the inspector will keep us company.
Very well, Mom.
So, how can we help you?
Your butler Bates seems to be looking after you.
He has been our butler for decades. He is something like the decent soul of this house. He sees it as his highest duty to do all he can for my well-being. Also, even if he neglects his own welfare.
Is he ill?
Yes, I fear he is. We've often suggested that he sit with us and enjoy some peace and quiet for a while, but he always strictly denies that he can no longer fulfill his obligations. We've recently taken on domestic help to at least help him out a little.
You seem to be extremely keen to see the picture of the dead woman, and Bates had a noticeable reaction when I showed him the picture. You are sure that you don't know this young lady?
Quite sure. Only we are concerned. The murder took place quite close to here.
Not the first.
Sadly, you're quite right. It's now. It's 12 years ago, you understand? So many years. And now there's another murder.
Tell me about the series of murders 12 years ago.
No. It doesn't have a thing to do with this crime. Leave all that alone. Please confine yourself to this murder case. This is quite bad enough already.
May I look around the castle? I'd very much like to talk to Lewis one more time.
Of course. We have nothing to hide. Stay as long as you like. Only please keep away from the private rooms.
That goes without saying, ma'am. You've only been living here a few years, Lady Eleanor?
That's right. I didn't want to live alone in a big house after my husband died.
So you moved in with your relatives in Willow Creek and brought Lewis with you?
Lewis was our gardener in Wales. He is sometimes a bit difficult, but I didn't have the heart to lay him off. I offered him to come with me and look after the garden here.
Which he doesn't seem to do.
Well, he didn't cope very well with having to leave his garden and his home in Wales.
Lewis is here of his own free will. I don't understand why he doesn't give this new life a go.
You are young, Mr. Falk. You don't know what it's like having to leave your home behind you. Lewis's roots are in Wales. A tree withers without roots.
Why doesn't he go back then?
I've suggested it to him. I promised him a small amount of money to start him off. First I thought he would do it, but then he stayed after all.
Strange.
He's a complicated man. He's been working for me for over 20 years, but I still don't have the feeling that I actually know him. I think he blames me for his unhappiness. He only ever speaks to me if it can't be avoided, and I can see that hate in his eyes.
Tell me about your estate in Wales.
It's a lovely castle. Not as big or old as this one. I haven't been back since we left. I'm afraid it's probably in a terrible condition, and the marsh has probably spread even further. It's terrible. I couldn't stomach seeing our home like that. We had many happy years there.
When did your husband die?
A few years ago, Sir Richard, my husband, was a scientist. He did his experiments in a summer house. I used to joke that he would blow himself up one day. I didn't really believe that that's exactly what would happen.
I'm willing to bet that I was imprisoned in Lady Eleanor's castle. It all fits together perfectly, and the phone call would suggest that it wasn't chosen at random. Did she make her old estate available for the Order to use? What kind of research was Sir Richard doing?
He had very diverse interests. After the tragedy 12 years ago, he was mainly concerned with, well, with blood.
With blood?
He was convinced that the Gordons' blood must somehow be different from that of other people. I think he was looking for a scientific explanation for all of the misery that has accompanied the family for hundreds of years.
A curse in a test tube.
Insanity is hereditary, as you may know. Why not misfortune?
Or the misfortune is only the result of the hallucinations. That explains what Angelina was looking for in Wales. She was hoping that Richard had found out something interesting before he died. I'm going to have another look around. Goodbye, Lady Eleanor.
It's nice to see another face in this house.
Lady Eleanor is a few years younger than Lady Victoria, but she must still be around 80. Her husband and Lady Victoria's husband were brothers, if I'm not mistaken, so the ladies aren't blood relatives. Lady Victoria looks very old and weak. There's sorrow written all over her face. No, not now. No. I don't want to look in there again. Really not. Why are there only candles burning here? Huh. The plant hasn't been here long. Considering the amount of light it gets, it's not gonna last long either. I'd say something like a knight or a nobleman. And judging by his clothing, he must have been around 100 years ago. He seems somehow familiar. Probably an ancestor of the Gordons. A small fire for such an impressive fireplace. The old ladies here seem to be a lot tougher than back in the States. Over there it'd be at least 82 degrees in every room. Jeez. Now that's a friendly-looking face. That's how I imagine a bloodthirsty Russian Tsar would look like. Wild eyes, evil glare, and expensive clothes. I'm quite sure that he didn't earn the bling on his fingers and round his neck through hard work. A huge metal globe. A monstrous thing. Apart from its impressive size, there's nothing unusual about it. I just wonder why anyone would buy something like that. The globe is right in the middle of the castle's entrance hall. There's an ornate fence or some kind of barrier around the globe. No idea what that's for. There's some letters engraved in the stone plate on the globe's pedestal. There are names. A whole series of them. Wait a minute. The first name is Maximilian Mortimer Gordon. That's the name from Angelina's notes. Does that mean... Can't hear anything, but the stone slab could be the lid of a secret compartment in the globe's pedestal, and it would be an ideal hiding place for a piece of mosaic. The knife would bend before moving the slab an inch. I'm almost certain there's a secret compartment hidden behind the stone slab. But how can I get to it? A large double-winged door. It's no different from the others. It's locked.
Inspector, you have no reason to be here. This door is to remain closed.
Certainly, madam. Please forgive me. Why is she making such a big deal about this door? The door is locked, and Lady Victoria seems to be guarding it carefully. What's behind the closed door over there?
There was a terrible fire here 24 years ago. Samuel's wife, Catherine, lost her life. That wing has been closed off since then. Too many memories, I think.
Did the fire start on the ground floor?
No, on the first floor. The ground floor was mostly spared, as far as I know. But even the rooms below those destroyed in the fire remain closed. Bates and Victoria make sure that no one goes into them.
I see. Was anyone else injured or killed?
One of the cooks was injured. As far as I know, she wanted to help and was badly burned.
I'm going to have another look around. Goodbye, Lady Eleanor.
It's nice to see another face in this house.
A basket of knitting gear. Wool, scissors, and that kind of thing. May I borrow a piece of thread, Lady Eleanor?
Some thread?
Yes, please. About 2 yards?
Certainly. Help yourself.
Thanks. Good. Thread is always useful. I took some of the tear-proof stuff. I don't see what old ladies get out of knitting. Perhaps it just helps them kill time. Victoria, would you please tell me what's behind the locked door?
Only an unused wing of the house.
Could I have a quick look in there?
No, unfortunately not. The wing is in danger of collapsing, and that's why it's closed off. For your own sake, keep well away from that wing.
Absolutely. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
Apparently behind the door are just a few rooms, all in danger of collapsing since the fire. And until I have the key for the door, I can't prove otherwise. Another door, another corridor, another room. I wonder how many rooms there are in this castle. The castle's entrance portal. I can't see anything here that might help me. That way leads deeper into the garden. It's all overgrown and fallen apart. I'd be better off staying away. The castle gate is over there, with an unkept gravel path leading up to it. There's nothing else to see. I don't think I'm gonna find anything in this wilderness. I'd be better off concentrating on the castle. The castle looks really lived in from here. There's light coming from many of the windows. The view would be great from up there. The tower seems to have windows on every side. Perhaps it used to be a defense tower and was later converted. Maybe it just looked like that from the beginning. The guy who built this castle had weird taste. An ancient well. I can't imagine that it's still in use. Even this place must have a normal water supply by now. There used to be some sort of device hanging on this frame, which brought the water to the surface. There's nothing about the well that interests me, and hopefully nothing in the well either. That's probably the Gordon's family coat of arms. I don't know anything about heraldry, but there are complicated rules about creating and reading coats of arms. It probably means something like, "We are a very old family, but unfortunately also quite insane. Please keep your distance." The gate must have been replaced a short time ago. The wood still looks new, but I don't think there's anything suspicious about that. An old wooden staircase. Probably leads to the stableman's room. I don't want to go up there. Doesn't look very sturdy. Apparently, these things are to blame for the English still driving on the left. If you were to guide your horse with your right hand, you'd run the risk of being squashed between the wagons. Judging by its condition, the car was probably in use up until a few years ago, but it's been standing there for some time now. Ralph was talking about a shiny black car. Is this the one he saw? But who drove from the castle to the crime scene this morning? And what were they doing there? The best of British technology. At least it used to be. I don't even know about American cars of the last 10 years. My knowledge of English cars from the first half of the century is absolutely zilch. Hey, Lewis.
You again? I thought you'd been thrown out.
Lady Victoria gave me permission to have a look around the castle and the gardens.
How nice of her. What do you want?
That's a nice car.
Certainly is. The only decent surprise here. I discovered it behind the stables, built it back up from scratch. My father used to work on a car like this, and he taught me quite a bit.
Do you sometimes take it out for a spin? To the coast, for example?
I drive the ladies. They used to still have bloody horses in the stable, but looking after them was too much effort for the old folks. Now, this is the only pair of wheels. But the ladies don't leave the house much at all. Bates usually walks to the village. He says it's good for his health. But every time it takes a bit longer.
You weren't at the coast with the car this morning?
No.
Bates seems to be very tired.
He's terminally ill. The doctors say it's a miracle he's still alive. But let me tell you, Bates will kick the bucket on the very same day that Lady Victoria dies. Like a dog that follows its master. I think he just finds it unfitting to die before his mistress.
He says he's worked for the Gordons for more than 70 years, and that he knows all their secrets.
I'd believe that at the drop of a hat. No one knows the castle and garden better than him. But when it gets to his own bonce, he's getting forgetful. The loyal soul. That's why they've given him Sally, I think.
Lewis, do you believe in ghosts? Some tourists claim they've seen some here.
Oh, there you're the reputed ghost. They besieged us for weeks on end after Murray planted that rumour. A whole pack of them completely trashed the garden.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Nothing. A big, ugly building.
With an overgrown garden.
What have I got to do with that?
Aren't you the gardener?
My garden's a few 100 miles west of here.
In Wales?
That's right.
So you just do the bare minimum here, if at all?
The garden's too big for one man alone, and what's the point in looking after it? This whole place is doomed. The house is falling apart. The lady won't live for much longer, and Bates is as good as dead.
You're hoping that Lady Eleanor will return to Wales when Lady Victoria dies?
Perhaps.
What can you tell me about Lady Eleanor?
If you want to know something about Lady Eleanor, then you better ask Lady Eleanor. She's her own favourite subject.
You mean she's egotistical?
She threw everything away and fled here in a mad rush after Sir Richard died. Who does such a thing?
The castle and the garden in Wales reminded her of her dead husband.
And she should have thought of the family history. You don't just give up an house where generations have lived and worked.
How did her husband die?
He blew himself up, did all kinds of strange experiments. In the last years he became obsessed with uncovering the secret of what drove Sir William and his sons insane. He hardly left his lab anymore, and collapsed in exhaustion more than once. Her ladyship was very worried.
Lady Eleanor said she gave you the option of going back home to Wales, and even offered some money to get you set up.
I don't know what that's got to do with you.
I just find it strange. You desperately want to go back, and are even offered some money, too.
And then? Work as a caretaker in a new bloody housing estate? I've offered more than once to look after the castle in Wales, and keep it in working order. But apparently there's not enough money for that.
So, it's not so much about going back to Wales. It's more about going back to your castle and your garden.
That's right.
What you really want is to turn back time. Unfortunately, that's never been possible. Well, see you later.
Not if I see you first.
Who have we got here? Huh. This thieving magpie in a raven suit has something I need. I bet the raven stole the piece of mosaic from Angelina's backpack and brought it here to its nest. Lewis toolbox. Various wrenches, a cloth, a hammer, pliers, all the things you need. He's devotedly working on his car. It seems to mean more to him than the garden. I think I'll take the big hammer. I could also use it as a weapon if I need to, which might be the case in this place. A rather large and heavy hammer. It's not here for banging nails into walls. This is for knocking stuff down. I'm not gonna throw a hammer at it. I don't need any more. If I do, then I know where I can find it. An old wooden ladder. It seems to have been used a lot, and the rungs are really worn and smooth. It looks to me like the ladder's old, but still really sound. Doesn't like that at all. I gotta be careful. Ravens have got hard beaks that are as sharp as knives. They can really make a mess of you. Ow! The critter starts pecking at my fingers as soon as I get near the nest. As long as the bird's in the nest, I've got no chance. Ow! The critter, as long as the bird's in the net. I've heard there are people who develop a resistance to learning. Sometimes I feel like I'm one of them. Ow! The critter starts pecking at my... Even if I wanted to, I couldn't hit him. I've never thrown a knife in my life. The back door leads into the house. Perhaps a kind of tradesman's entrance. Out anymore what this picture's supposed to be. Perhaps it's not such a good idea to hang pictures directly above the stove. A kitchen range that could really only be found in furniture catalogs of the last century. An empty vase. It looks old, like everything. Coffee grinder is the last thing I'd have expected in an English castle, but it looks really new and unused. That's for hanging up meat. Or playing pirates. Oh, excellent. Transylvania may be somewhere in Romania. But don't worry, we're ready for undead in this castle too. Storeroom or a cellar. Two little metal pots. Judging by the layer of dust, they're no longer used. Well, the dishes are well looked after, but you can't hide their age. They're becoming faded. There ain't many dishes for such a big household, but they're probably only used by the ladies. Much too good for the servants. A few teaspoons. They're all well polished and lined up in a neat row. I'm just gonna take a spoon. The silver spoon is way polished. No. Hello.
Oh, hello. A living soul, here?
My name is Falk, Inspector Falk. I'm a policeman.
A copper? How exciting. I'm Sally.
You and Bates look after everything here?
Well, looking after. Bates does most of that. He lets me do all the dirty work, cleaning, cooking, and all that sort of thing.
Isn't that your job?
That's what he says all the time. But being honest, I'd expected something quite different, you know? I mean, a castle with such knobs living in it. You'd expect the odd soiree every now and again.
Or, cute prince.
Well, Charles is off the market now. But anyone under 80 would do this place a world of good. Sometimes it really does seem like a grave here.
Do you know this woman?
Never seen her before. Looks a bit like a snob.
I don't suppose there are pictures of all the cooks who have worked here, by any chance?
No, no idea. Must be ages ago, though, since there was an actual cook here. Ask Bates, he knows everything.
I'd prefer not to ask either him or Lady Victoria.
Then I don't know either.
Is Lady Victoria a good boss?
I don't know. Bates hardly lets me talk to her. When I first came here, I made her ladyship a few suggestions on how she might want to redecorate the castle a bit. Just get rid of a bit of the mustiness, you know? Since then, I always have to ask Bates if I want something from her ladyship.
What's wrong with Lady Eleanor?
What could be wrong with her? Snore. Sits around all day, either knitting or reading.
Anything else?
She plays piano for Lady Victoria every now and again. In this house, that counts as having a wild party. You know, it's about time I got myself another position.
You want to leave?
Yeah, sooner rather than later. Maybe to a movie or a pop star's house. Somewhere where things are a bit lively at least.
Can you tell me anything about Samuel's ghost? Apparently it's been seen by a few tourists.
Oh yeah, I've seen it too. At one of the windows. It scared the living daylights out of me. A gruesome face. I hope I'll never see it again.
Huh. That's true. At which window?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was in the Forbidden Wing.
Forbidden Wing?
Yeah, you know, what's behind the locked door in the hall.
Do you know what's behind the locked door in the hall?
I've asked myself that question too. But you can't get a thing out of Bates about it. Once, he got me listening at the door. He gave me such a telling off, like nothing I'd ever known before. He was so mad, he nearly collapsed. He was coughing blood and I had to hold him up. I've been giving the door a wide berth since then.
I've got to find out what's behind that door. The rooms there would be an ideal hiding place for one of the mosaic tiles. What can you tell me about Lewis?
A disgusting man. Ugh. I was hoping when I started he wouldn't be a snob like all the others are here. But he's just as boring and in a permanent bad mood. I never get more than 3 words out of him.
Lewis seems to take care of his car rather better than the garden.
That's for sure. Ever since I've been here, he's been doing something to it nearly every day. And when he's not fixing it, he's either polishing or driving around in it.
Has he driven it this morning?
This morning? Yeah, he did. I heard him starting it up. You can't help but hear that.
But you didn't see him?
I know exactly what that car sounds like. When he's working on it, he must start it something like 20 times a day.
But you weren't able to see whether or not Lewis or somebody else was driving it?
Lewis is the only one who drives that car.
Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Don't worry about it.
A pair of old rubber boots. They're as clean as when they were made, though. Perhaps they belong to Lewis. That's the way outside. You can see the old stables from here. Hey, Lewis.
What is it now?
I met Sally.
Huh. The only one in the castle who's not at least 100 and starting to decay.
Is she a good housekeeper?
She's lousy.
She often seems to be in trouble with Bates because of that.
He's the one that chose her, and turned away much better candidates.
Why did he do that?
Yeah, if you're worried about being replaced.
Then you chose the worst possible replacement, to stay indispensable yourself.
That's how it is.
Sally says that you were out in the car this morning.
Sally should keep her nose in her gossip magazines where it belongs.
So you didn't go out in the car this morning?
I said that already.
I don't believe him. Which of the old folks could have driven the car without Lewis noticing? Well, see you later.
Not if I see you first.
I'd rather leave him to his work. A bird's nest, and its owner is a criminal raven. I'm sure the raven would love this shiny spoon, but if I just put it down somewhere, he'll get it and fly straight back to the nest. I wouldn't have enough time to get the piece of mosaic, and I'm sure he's not gonna give it to me in gratitude for the spoon. A piece of thread about 2 yards long. You couldn't hang a ton off it, but it's not gonna shred. Why should I tie a thread with nothing on it to the fence? I've knotted the spoon to the thread. You're not gonna free that in a hurry. Let's try it. Look at this! A shiny spoon! Excellent. Angelina's mosaic piece. A piece of mosaic for a spoon. A good deal for me. It reminds me of the leaded glass in church windows. Different colored pieces of glass bound with thin metal strips. According to Angelina, all 3 pieces together will open the access to the catacombs under the old academy. I've got what I want. I'm not going near that critter again. The floor here is rain-sodden and very muddy. The rubber boots were standing in the kitchen. They look pretty clean. They've probably just been cleaned. Boots look like boots should. Dirty. It all seems run down and sad. It doesn't help much that the gardener prefers fiddling with cars to gardening. Here you can see the black car, Lewis, and beyond the whole load of English countryside. looks as if the ivy has killed the tree and is now attacking the house. Quite convenient for a burglar, but as long as I'm allowed to roam freely, I'm not going to start climbing around on the facade. The door is open, but it's not unpleasantly cold in the hall. The fire is keeping the place warm. I'll have time to stare into the flames and be all melancholy when this is over. The chair looks inviting, but it's too early to have a rest. The door is slightly ajar. I can see some bookshelves inside. Lady Victoria's on the phone. Let's see.
I don't know if it's him. Don't we have a photograph?
Young man. It's not befitting, even for a policeman, to eavesdrop behind closed doors.
I didn't mean to. Pardon me. Were they talking about me? But why should Lady Victoria, of all people, cooperate with the Order? She's got more of a reason than anyone else to want to put an end to the curse. I don't have anything to ask her at the moment. Oh, I don't want to disturb Lady Victoria's phone call. The hall is arranged like a gallery. The stairs lead up to the gallery and the rooms on the first floor. I can't make out from here whether they're real gas lamps or electric lamps made to look old. Anywhere else, I'd be absolutely certain that there wouldn't be real gas lamps hanging from the ceiling. Not here. An antique vase or carafe. I'll leave that where it is. So much for the nakedness in England. 4 naked girls at once here. And the chap they're all entertaining really seems to be enjoying it. An old-fashioned telephone. But who should I call? It's locked. There's probably nothing special inside anyway. The door is locked. The door leads to the bathroom. A chandelier in a bathroom. Madness. That is so comfortable. A bench in a bathroom. Jeez. Curtains in the bathroom. Oh well, each their own. Lots of roofs, alcoves, walls. I wonder how many rooms the castle has. You could easily hide Mom's little house in one of the wings. It almost seems as though all of the residents took their rooms on this corridor. Why should they spread themselves out anyway? An old-fashioned bathtub. Doesn't look uncomfortable, but it would be too small for me. A lion's head. I think the lion was a symbol of immortality in ancient times. What's that gonna do with a bathtub? A tap, like any other you might have found in this country 50 years ago. running. I can't see anything unusual, apart from the fact that the plug is missing. That might make it difficult to have a bath. What an effort it must take to keep this old tiled floor so clean. I can imagine Bates checking twice a day to see if any dirt accumulates in the nooks and crannies in the meantime. It would be better if I didn't make a mess of the floor. I have no reason to, and Bates would be really pissed if he caught me. I just made them dirty myself. Powder, makeup, and so on. Nothing of any use to me. A pile of towels. Small ones, big ones, nothing but towels. I wonder what was going on with that mirror down there in the hall. I really thought I saw Samuel Gordon. I'll probably collapse of exhaustion when this is all over. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. It looks a bit like a sentinel. The grand staircase leads down to the lodge entrance hall. I don't think the ladies would be that happy if I were to use a hammer on the stone slab. You'd hear that through the castle. Well, the police would be straight onto me, and then things would get really complicated. That's taking it a bit far. I've got to find another quiet way to open the slab. As long as the ladies are sitting in the hall, I can't search for the piece of mosaic undetected. I need to lure them away somehow. Your domestic help, this Sally.
Have you already met her?
She doesn't really seem to fit in here.
With us old people, do you mean?
She seems to be the exact opposite of Bates.
That's a sharp observation. She embodies everything which is the opposite of Bates. Undisciplined, untidy, unreliable. She gossips.
Perhaps he wanted to demonstrate to you what you have in him.
I know exactly what I have in him. But I also know he's not well. He can no longer care for the house and us old ladies all on his own. I will look for the next domestic help. And it will be someone rather more industrious. Someone who will rarely take the load off Bates.
The castle is very beautiful, but, well, it's
slowly falling down, you mean? I'm afraid you're right. And it's not the only thing here that's falling down.
How do you mean that?
The Gordon line. We've lived here in this area for centuries and have shaped it like no one else. Our family is going to die out, Mr. Falk. Soon, there won't be any more Gordons. And the worst thing is, I am no longer even sure that this will be a loss.
You mean because of...
Because of the misery for which some of us are responsible. Yes.
just realized that if Angelina's right, then this woman is my grandmother. She doesn't seem to know anything about her grandson. Or maybe she does. Her look was somehow strange. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
At its peak, the British Empire encompassed around a quarter of the entire landmass of the planet, and around a third of its population. The globe is from this period. The ladies probably approve more of this division of the world than the real one. Bibles and religious texts. Some of them look damn valuable. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a handwritten version hidden somewhere here. The Encyclopedia Britannica in at least 3 editions. Would there ever be a bigger reference book? Shakespeare dramas, Shakespeare tragedies, Shakespeare comedies. Ah, poetry by Shakespeare. Stories, adventures, and fairy tales. Dickens, Defoe, Anderson, Jules Verne. These are probably the most modern books in this library. An old-fashioned telephone. Who should I call? That's the Gordon's family tree, almost the same as the one in Wales. It looks as though something's been painted over here at the top, directly above Samuel and Catherine's generation. Unfortunately, it's been painted over. No way you can work out what was written there before. Side table with a tea service on it, but no tea and no teapot. Sally doesn't really seem to put her all into her job. An old, original English teapot. My mom used to have a similar one. I could ring for tea time. That would get the ladies out of the hall, and leave me to have a good go at the stone slab by the globe.
Please excuse me, but this teapot is very old, and Bates has told me many times that I must look after it carefully. He's just popped down to the village to get some tea. We've run out.
There's no more tea? I didn't even think that'd be possible in an English castle.
Bates said that the tea had gone bad. He got rid of it.
Huh. Or he needed an excuse to go to the village. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Lewis said that Bates selected you for the position, not her ladyship.
Yeah, that's right. There were a few candidates. The cleverest ones made for the exit as soon as they reached the gate. But if I was being honest, I thought that out of those I met, there were a few of them who were better suited to the job than I was. I was a bit surprised when he chose me.
He must have been impressed by your hidden qualities.
Yeah, and so now, all he does is moan about everything. He spends the whole day creeping about after me. Sally, do this, do that, don't do that. Like being in school.
Okay, I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
He's so busy at the moment, I don't want to disturb him. As long as Sally's here in the kitchen, I won't get anywhere near the teapot. The door leads to a dining hall that looks like it hasn't been used for years. You can reach the entrance hall from there. The floor is more than clean. No grounds for complaint. The rubber boots have got mud and earth from the puddles in the stables stuck to them. Oh, what a mess. It used to be clean. That's the way to the kitchen. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
I noticed that the bathroom floor up there is extremely dirty.
What? Not again.
It looks like boot prints.
I've told Lewis a million times he shouldn't come through the house in his muddy boots. Damn it. I better clean that up before the old Git notices it. Otherwise, he'll have me cleaning it again and again and again.
Sally is distracted. Time to secretly take the teapot to the library. And then I'll try to work out where I can get some tea at short notice. An English teapot. Looks pretty ancient, but well cared for. I can use it to lure the ladies in the library. Sally is cleaning the bathroom floor. That's the way into the library. Unlike the library, the big entrance hall seems a bit cold. The fireplace provides the only hint of coziness. So, the teapot and service are already in place. Now we just need some tea. It'll be dangerous for me in the village. The Order will definitely be looking for me there. But it'd be a good opportunity to see if Bates is trying to alert the Order. I'm gonna have to go back to the village and get some tea. But before I enter the lion's den, I'm gonna take some precautions. It'd be best if I lure the entire Order at the hotel. Then I can walk around the village square in relative peace. Here's a phone. Okay, let's do it. Murray? Hello. Darren Michaels here. Oh, I'll be leaving today. I'll be at the hotel in about half an hour. No, I just wanted to let you know so you can write the bill. Nothing to pay? Oh, right. I paid in advance. Never mind. Now you know. See you in half an hour, Murray. See you soon. Okay, so Murray knows. If I'm not completely mistaken, most of the Order will be waiting for me at the hotel in half an hour. To the village. Let's go. The Order's distracted and Bates is still in Willow Creek. Let's see what he's really up to. I thought so. I hardly believed he was shopping at the library. Damn it, Tom's here again. So Bates has got something to do with the Order. I've got to get closer, look better around the inside.
Gopher.
But you are generously compensated.
Yeah. You know exactly how much I need this bloody compensation.
I will not tolerate that tone of voice. You know.
All right, man. I'll go and look for her.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. The museum's locked. Huh. Must have been broken into too often. I've got to get some tea from the pub before I go back to the castle. And I'm certainly not going to go back to the hotel for the time being. Locked. Damn. How else can I get a tea in this dump of a place? I have to get inside. I don't have time to wait until this evening. How fitting. Cracking Tom's door with his own tool. The same principle as in the hotel. But it's damn well worked. I'd better hurry up. The wire snapped. But I've achieved what I wanted to. Let's get the tea first. I don't want to have broken in here for nothing. There's the tea I need. Now, quickly back to the castle. I guess Bates isn't back yet. There are no answers to my questions in the village. Just a bunch of order numbers. I'll stay here for now. The path leads back to the village, but the answers to my questions are here in the castle. Tea service and the teapot are here, but the tea itself is missing. Tea, the brand doesn't mean a thing to me. Everything's ready. Just need some hot water. I'll just let Sally know. Everything is ready for tea time. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Sally, Bates has asked me to tell you that you can announce tea time today. Now all we're missing is the hot water.
Oh, so I'm good enough for that now, am I?
He was rather exhausted after doing the shopping.
No wonder. I don't understand why he simply didn't tell Lewis to go.
I do. The floor is sparkling clean again. Sally's done a good job, but she didn't really have a choice considering Bates' standards. Sally put her cleaning things down here. An old metal bucket and a mop. I'll take the mop with me. Huh. A big heavy wash rag. Probably older than me. I'll lay the mop head directly over the plug hole. I'd better not flood the bathroom without a reason. I look tired. Insanity is hereditary. What's wrong with me? What are these visions? Samuel had a book in his hand, and he was pointing to this tile. The apparition apparition pointed to these tiles. It won't move at all. Whoa! There's a cavity behind it. A handwritten page from a book. It looks like it's from William Gordon's diary, with additions from his grandson, Samuel. As far as I know, they both fell from one of the castle towers. Now, did Samuel rip out the page and hide it first? But then, why? There are lots of little pyramids, triangles scribbled on the page in a circle. 3 of them have been crossed out. Now, I've seen these triangles somewhere before. There's nothing else in the cavity. And if I'm lucky, no one will notice the hole before I'm gone. Be able to look in a mirror again without a shiver running down my spine. They seem to be the same pyramids that are in Samuel's diary. Let's see. You can push them in. Most of the ripped out pages don't tell me much, but this drawing with the pyramids, it looks strangely familiar to me. Obviously need to push down the ones that are marked in the diary. They seem to be the same pyramids that are in Samuel's diary. Yes, finished. But nothing's happening. I'm sure I pushed down the correct pyramids. It must have done something. I knew it. A secret compartment. And inside there is... the second piece of mosaic.
What are you doing there, sir?
I was just looking at this space here. Unusual, isn't it?
Indeed it is. There was always a stone slab there before.
Perhaps someone removed it.
I will ask Sally about that.
That was close.
Lady Victoria, I've just returned from the village and I thought you might like to know.
Very good, Bates. Take a break for half an hour. No debate now.
Me of the leaded glass in church windows. Different colored pieces of glass bound with thin metal strips. According to Angelina, All three pieces together will open the access to the catacombs under the old academy. There are several colored pieces of glass bound up in the second mosaic tile, too. Mr. Bates?
Yes?
Are you not feeling too well, Mr. Bates?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Perhaps you should have a lie down.
I'll have a lie down when I have time to do so. The work won't get done on its own.
Sally could do it.
I doubt that very much.
You don't think too much of Sally, then?
I don't think too much of her work.
So why do you employ her?
It wasn't my idea. Her ladyship insisted that we should employ a relief.
Not a great choice, apparently.
It won't last long. She'll soon have enough and then disappear.
Lady Victoria.
Yes, sir?
She seems to me to be rather bitter.
She is a dignified old lady who has to bear a greater burden than I would wish for her.
The death of her husband and her two sons, the murders, the castle's decline, the end of the family line.
You said it, sir.
What can you tell me about Lady Eleanor?
If you want to know something, why don't you ask her yourself?
I'd like to hear your opinion. Why do you think she brought Lewis here with her, after her husband's death?
And what do you mean by that, sir? Really now, I ask you, sir. Lady Eleanor is a lady, and she treats her servants accordingly. Lewis would have been unable to get a new position. He's simply too old. We can offer him a form of retirement here.
But neither Lewis nor Lady Eleanor give the impression of being happy with the arrangement. You could maybe even believe that she owes him something.
I would be aware of that, and I can tell you that your surmising is incorrect.
I've noticed a huge locked door on the ground floor.
I'd keep away from that, sir.
Why?
There was fire in the rooms through there some years ago. The damage was never properly repaired. The walls have been ruined by rainwater, and the beams have been rotting for 20 years or more. I think you would risk your life going into that house.
That must have been quite some fire to destroy the wing like that.
It was a dreadful tragedy, such as we've already suffered too many times here. It must now be 24 years ago. Master Samuel and his enchanting wife Catherine were just married and had only recently moved into the castle. We were hoping that he would one day take over the castle from his father and give us a son and heir. But then, they had not even been here for 6 months. There was a fire.
Did anyone know how the fire started?
No. Master Samuel lost his wife in the fire, and then vanished for the next 12 years. He had been deeply wounded by the events.
What kind of a man was he, this Samuel Gordon?
His father sent him off to boarding school early, since he was a very obstinate, wild child. His behavior improved at the school. The teachers described him as an alert, intelligent, and friendly boy, and in the holidays we found him so too. He got to know Miss Catherine after being at school. A wonderful, good-hearted woman. They were married and seemed to have found a perfect happiness.
What do you mean, seemed?
Well, there were some arguments when they lived here.
Was he violent?
To her? I don't really know, but I fear he may have been. Miss Catherine was unhappy, and if there hadn't been some wonderful times every now and again, then she perhaps would have left him. It could have been noticeable to us at that time. The two faces of Samuel Gordon. On the one hand, the loving, caring husband, and on the other, the arrogant and brutish egomaniac. After his wife's death, this nasty side of him seemed to disappear. He never visited us. However, common acquaintances described him as a profoundly sad and broken man.
That is, until he returned and slaughtered some innocent people.
It's terrible. We all wonder ourselves. Perhaps we didn't want to believe that this evil side of his soul had returned.
What can you tell me about Samuel's ghost, which some of the tourists believe they've seen?
Indeed, there are a few tourists who believe they have seen him. But nothing unusual has happened for 12 years now, apart from the castle being virtually besieged by tourists every now and again.
But not anymore.
No. Although only yesterday there was a married couple who came to see the castle and its alleged ghost. Since they asked me politely in advance, I let them have a look around the garden. But did they find what they wanted? I very much doubt it. There are no ghosts here.
Were there any other victims of the fire? Anyone injured, perhaps?
Our cook at the time was the first to discover the fire. Tried to pull young Mrs. Gordon from the flames. She became trapped by the flames and would have burnt to death had she not saved herself by leaping out of a window. But she injured her back very badly and had to leave us after that. Why are you interested in things which happened here so many years ago?
Well, the young lady at the lighthouse was also burnt.
I find the connection rather stretched.
I'll catch you later, Bates.
Goodbye, sir.
Bates is sitting in his room with an oxygen mask on. The trip to the village seems to have really worn him out. Water is still getting through, despite the flannel, but much less than what's flowing into the bathtub. That should create a distraction. The bathtub is full to the brim. It's starting to overflow. If no one does something about it soon, there'll be water damage. If I were to turn off the water, the whole thing would seem even more suspicious. Okay, as long as the water's running, it might look like someone simply forgot to turn it off. Mr. Bates?
Yes?
Mr. Bates, the bathroom's underwater.
Sorry?
I was just going past the bathroom, and the water was already washing into the hall.
Can you please get Sally, sir?
If Sally doesn't go to the bathroom soon, then Bates will go get her himself and find me here. I'd better let her know myself. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Sally, quick! The bathroom's underwater.
What?
Bates is really mad. You must have forgotten to turn the water off.
Oh, me? No, no! But I really don't know how that could have happened.
I've had enough of your excuses. You've missed something there.
But I have never left the flannel in the bathtub.
Her ladyship will hear about this. You can consider yourself lucky if we don't subtract the damages from your wages.
They're both occupied. I'd better not go in there right now. Bates is distracted. Okay, let's go. The bottle probably contains pure oxygen. It helps sick people breathe much easier. You can see straight away that Bates isn't well. He seems to have problems breathing. Perhaps lung cancer. Bates must be very sick. When he was sitting here earlier, I could see he's dying. Bates would be better off in a hospital, but he would rather die than leave this castle. The window looks out towards the castle gate. I can see the steps, the trees, nothing of interest. The portrait of an uptight, miserable gentleman. Well, that's what you look like if you have to sit still for hours for an artist. I have no idea who that is. There's no name on it. It's not one of the usual suspects. Not Shakespeare, not an ancient Greek. So what does Bates read then? Heinlein, Dick, Lem, Zalazny. Wow, the man really has taste. The drawer is locked. That could be interesting. The drawer is locked and seems to be very sturdy. I need the key. There are clothes and underwear inside. Nothing important. The butler is an orderly person, just as you'd expect. I can't find anything interesting. Bates isn't gonna leave any important documents lying around on his desk. This bedpost looks more than a little strange. There's a slot in the side of the post. What have we got here? Hey, there's a little brass key inside. A little brass key. It could belong to Bates's desk drawer. It's too small for a door key. Small metal box. A few documents. And a photo. That's my mother. It's a picture of Mom, Bates, and a few other servants in the snow in front of the entrance portal. Underneath it says, "The Good Spirits of Black Mirror Castle, Christmas 1969. That doesn't add up. I was born in February 1970, and in this picture, my mother doesn't look at all like she's 7 months pregnant. Does that mean... No. The photo must have been labeled wrong. Either the writing on the photo is wrong, or not just looking for my father. The picture was taken apparently 2 months before I was born. But my mom's looking slimmer than I've ever seen her. A checkbook, a few notifications, and transfer forms. These are exactly the same ones I found in my mom's desk, and the handwriting is an exact match too. So it was Bates who was regularly sending cash to my mom. But on whose behalf? And am I really just looking for my father? This thing here could still be interesting. There's a note here between the papers. It has a header which says, "Combination." The documents prove that Bates had transferred money to my mom every month. Sadly, there's no clue to whoever he was doing it for. That looks like some kind of an aid memoir that Bates has written. He must have conceded that his memory wasn't getting any better and wanted to play it safe. It says here, on Sir Egmont's portrait, the builder's eldest sister, my Christian name, the nymph knows. It's too heavy for a jewelry box. I guess it's more like some kind of old-fashioned casket. It almost looks like a combination lock, just with symbols instead of numbers. Oh, am I kidding? There are thousands of possible combinations. I'm not going to get any further with trial and error. I first need to find out which symbols are the right ones. Leads out into the gallery. It's strange that all the old people have rooms on the first floor. Climbing the stairs can't be easy for them. Hopefully, they're both still occupied.
We're going to discuss this immediately.
But nothing happened!
Only because the police officer discovered it before it was too late. Do you know what might have happened?
They're going downstairs. Excellent. In all the commotion, Bates will have forgotten that he didn't lock his room. water on the floor and in the bathtub is gone, as well as the flannel. No, thank you. Once a day is enough. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Do you know Bates's Christian names?
What? No. Lucifer, maybe.
Does the name Sir Egmont mean anything to you?
Sir Egmont? Of course.
Really? Who's that, then?
And why do you want to know that?
I need the information for my investigation.
And what if I didn't tell you?
What's that supposed to mean? Come on, tell me.
Well, one good turn. Being a copper, you can certainly do me a little favor. My brother Rupert's got a problem with a few speeding tickets. Maybe you could...
Hey, slow down. I'm not the traffic police. Tell me who Sir Egmont is, or your brother's speeding tickets will be the least of your problems.
You can't force me. I'm not telling you anything until you've helped me out, too.
Okay. So what's your brother's name?
Rupert Wood.
I'll see if there's anything that can be done. Perhaps I can fool her on this. Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
Perhaps I can find out something about Sally's brother. Hello, operator? Can you connect me with, Mr. Rupert Wood, please? No, I don't know where he lives. How many have you got in your computer? 18? Yes, okay. 18 Rupert Woods. That's gonna take too long. I can forget that until I have more information on the brother. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
The speeding tickets have been cancelled. Now, what's all this about Sir Egmont?
The tickets have gone? Wow, that was quick. So, where does my brother live and how old is he?
And where am I supposed to know that from?
If you really had got the tickets cancelled, then you'd know. I'm not helping you until you've helped my brother.
Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
He looks tired and old. See any Sir Egmont. I don't know who Bates meant by the builder. Does the name Sir Egmont mean anything to you?
A remote neighbour in Wales was called Sir Egmont, but you surely can't mean him.
No, surely not. Sir Egmont must be someone that Bates knew personally. Otherwise, the aide-memoire would make no sense. Do you know Bates' first name?
What a strange question. I'm afraid I can't help you with that.
Can you tell me who else, apart from Marcus and Mordred, constructed this castle?
There must be a few. But you should ask Victoria, or even better, Bates. They know a lot more about the history of the castle than I do.
I can't really ask Bates. He could become suspicious. I'm going to have another look around. Goodbye, Lady Eleanor.
It's nice to see another face in this house.
I don't have any important questions for her right now. Lady Victoria's drinking tea and looking at her library. That's what old ladies spend the day doing. Do you know where Sally comes from?
Oh, now you're asking me something. She's from a farm. Her brother took over the farm from their parents, as far as I know. But I can't remember where the farm is.
Can you tell me Bates's first name?
Now that's odd. He's been working for us for so long that I can't remember him ever having a forename. Please ask him yourself, Mr. Falk.
If that was only so simple. Is there a Sir Egmont in the Gordon family?
Sir Egmont? No. That doesn't ring a bell at all.
Or perhaps is there someone in the area with the name?
No. I'm sorry. Not that I know of.
Strange. Someone who Bates knows, but not Lady Victoria. That doesn't make things simpler, exactly. As I understand it, this house was built by your two ancestors, Marcus and Mordred. Is that correct?
Well, they at least laid the foundation stone. Most of the foundations, the cellars, and a few walls are from that period.
Not the rest.
Oh, no. You don't seem to be too au fait with architecture, Inspector. In Marcus's time, they weren't able to build castles like this. That came much later.
Who gave the castle its present-day look?
Many of the masters of Black Mirror improved and extended the castle, laid the gardens, and modernized all of the fixtures and fittings. But the one who really had the greatest influence on the fabric of the castle, as you see it now, was Frederick Arthur Gordon. He gave the castle the appearance it has today.
Frederick Arthur Gordon, then. Thank you. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
Frederick Arthur Gordon. Where are you? Ah, here he is. Frederick had 4 sisters. The oldest answered to the pretty name of Rose. Old Frederick Arthur's oldest sister was called Rose. Ah, the Rose! They're drinking tea. I don't want to annoy them. As long as the ladies are drinking tea, I should choose somewhere else to make my call. can you tell me where Sally's from?
Her family has a farm in Sussex. At least that's what she told me.
Do you doubt that?
Not really. Her behavior and the way she talks quite clearly point to farmyard origins.
I'll catch you later, Bates.
Goodbye, sir.
I'll give him a few minutes break from me. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
The thing with the tickets has been sorted out already. What does Sir Egmont have to do with any of that?
You're taking the mickey, aren't you? How old is my brother then? And what's his address?
Look, the cancellation was done by our boys in Sussex. How old is your brother? I don't know. But for canceling the tickets, that information is irrelevant anyway.
Then ask your boys over there in Sussex. I want to be sure you've taken care of my brother's problem.
Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
Let's try it. Hello, operator? Please put me through to Rupert Wood in Sussex. Yes, I'll wait. Mr. Wood, Mr. Rupert Wood. Do you have a sister named Sally? Yes, my name's Inspector Falk. I'm calling on behalf of the traffic police. Yes, calm down. No, listen. No, she isn't. It's concerning your speeding ticket, sir. It seems as though someone has made a mistake. According to our records, you are 99 years old. That surely can't be right, can it? 34. Yes, I thought so. Listen, I'm gonna delete the record, okay? Your speeding ticket is thereby null and void. Yes. No problem. Goodbye, Mr. Wood. Rupert Wood, 34, from Sussex, now believes that his speeding ticket has disappeared into thin air. Hopefully his sister believes that too. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
All right. The speeding tickets have been canceled. Now, what's all this about Sir Egmont?
So, where does my brother live, and how old is he?
Rupert Wood, 34, domiciled in Sussex, as of now, does not have any speeding tickets against him.
You're a darling.
Okay, that's enough. Now, will you at last tell me who Sir Egmont is?
Here he is.
Breakfast cereal?
Sir Egmont's finest breakfast flakes. They're Bates's favourite. They're very soft and easy to chew.
Clever. And what does the old guy wear on his uniform? A medal in the shape of a cross. That's it. Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
Sir Egmont's breakfast flakes. They show some grumpy old guy in a uniform. There's a huge great medal on his chest in the shape of a cross. isn't really anything to see on the base of this figurine. Just a vertical line. Is it supposed to be a Roman 1? XX is engraved on the base. Either there's an X missing to warn of its lewdness, or it's a Roman 20. There's a Roman numeral carved into the base of the figurine. 19. Hey, there's a letter inside. It's addressed to Mr. Bates, Blackmere Castle, Willow Creek. If Bates's full name isn't going to be on the envelope, then perhaps maybe at least in the letter? It's a bill for a gravestone, made according to your desired blah blah blah. The inscription is as follows: Edward Bartholomew Bates, to know one's duty and to carry it through. That is everything. So, Edward Bartholomew, then. Weird name. And which symbol does that point to? Bates has ordered his own gravestone. I find that very tasteless. His Christian names are Edward Bartholomew. I don't have a clue to which symbol that might point to. Do the names Edward or Bartholomew mean anything to you?
Mean anything? What do you mean by that, Mr. Thorne?
Perhaps you associate a particular symbol or sign with these names.
Oh, I've always been interested in these kinds of things. Now, let me think. Now, Edward doesn't have any significance for me. But the name Bartholomew comes from the Bible. Saint Bartholomew. He was one of the 12 apostles. He preached in Persia and also in India, possibly. He died a martyr's death. He was flayed alive. His skin was removed. That's why his symbol is a knife.
A knife. I think you may well have helped me with that.
Glad to. Even if I do find your questions rather odd. Surely they can't all be to do with the dead girl.
Oh, it's a complicated case. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
XVIII is written on the bottom corner. Ah, a Roman 18. Let's see. The nymphs have the numbers 1, 18, 19, and 20 on them. That would be 58 in total. But that doesn't help me with the symbols. What have these numbers got to do with the aide memoir? Maybe Maybe the numbers represent letters of the alphabet. What would that give us? A-R-S-T. Tars? No, star. Yes, of course, as simple as a star. It must be solvable. At least I know all the symbols. That's it. A big key. There's only one door here whose key you'd hide in a casket. And a small golden medallion. Or at least half a small golden medallion. It must have been one you could open originally. There are small hinges on it. Inside is a photo of me. Me as a little boy, 3 or 4. I'm certain. It looks just like the pictures of me as a child in Boston. Was I adopted? There's something engraved on the back of it. Adrian. Is that my name? And if it is, why was it changed when I was adopted? To make it more difficult for the Order to find me? My photo is in one half of the locket. The name Adrian is engraved on the back. A lovely, large, old-fashioned key. Time for a few answers. This is the only accessible room in this wing. Next door is locked, and all the other rooms are completely dilapidated. There hasn't been a fire in this fireplace for ages. There's some white ashes on the floor, but no wood. It's cool here. You can feel a draft. The wind's probably whistling right over the chimney up on the roof. Another old picture like all the rest. A woman with a rigid face and dead eyes. I can't tell when the picture was painted. Time seems to stand still in this castle. A woman's clothing isn't much different to Lady Victoria's. The woman could have lived here 200 years ago. Or 20 years ago. The curtains are very tasteful and can't have been cheap. They're probably even made by hand. The material is really rough and old. It's grown stiff over the years. Little light gets in through the window, and the curtains make the room even darker. Outside I can see a courtyard, quite dreary. There's a huge mirror built into the wall, quite elaborate. Such a simple mirror. I think that the picture has turned out very well. The mirror is very lavish and ornately framed. There seems to be some kind of mechanism at the bottom of it. I've got no idea how it works. I think something's missing. Something small is definitely missing. A ball or something that fits in this hole. There's a small wooden plate lying here. It looks like it belongs to a game. I've got the feeling I've seen it somewhere before. Someone has written Ralph on the back. Thing from a kid's game. There's an animal head on the front, and on the back it says Ralph. I think I'll pay Ralph a little visit. This wooden plate has something to do with him. That's Ralph and Mr. Bubby. Hello, Ralph?
Hi, Darren.
Ralph, I've got something here and was wondering if you could maybe help me out with it.
I've got one of those too. Here, look.
A sliding block puzzle. I remember those from when I was a kid.
Yeah. Is it yours? A nice lady gave it to me.
A lady?
Yes. I couldn't recognize her, but Mr. Bubby says she's a holy one.
Interesting.
Mr. Bubby says you can have it. It's a bit broken.
Well, that's very nice of Mr. Bubby. Thanks a lot. I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
I remember this game from when I was a kid. I really liked playing it back then. There's something rattling inside when I shake it. I've got to get it so that the number of the same colored counters in a row corresponds to the number on the edge. I don't know what happens after that, though. At the bottom right, there's a little flap, and it tinkles when I shake the puzzle. Maybe there's something in it. That way leads to the lighthouse, then back onto the castle. beyond this door is that room with the strange mirror. The door doesn't seem to have been damaged by fire or water. I've got to get it so that the number of the same colored counters in a row corresponds to the number on the edge. I don't know what happens after that, though. The ball's outside. Now let's see what we can start with this. A little metal ball. Nothing really special about it, except that it's fairly heavy for its size. Yes, it fits. The little ball rolls around the outer circle. Now I need to adjust something else. I think it has to get to the middle. I think the ball has to go into the hole in the middle, but I can only put it in the front. I can rotate the individual discs with this button at the front. The buttons on the side seem to make the partition walls go down. Alright, then let's see. Got it. The mirror. It's actually a secret door. There's a secret door hidden behind the big mirror. There isn't the slightest sign of decay. In fact, this is one of the most well-maintained rooms I've seen in the entire castle. It looks like a nursery in an old movie. A girl's room. Look at this. More little balls. I've had enough of mirrors, especially in this castle. Just another door that's not going to get in my way. These windows also look out in the courtyard, just like in the mirror room. You can't see either of the rooms when you're standing in front of the castle. Like in a dollhouse. A four-poster bed, velvet, silk, and lace. Whoever it was that set this up wanted a doll for a child. A desk with Baroque handles and lots of drawers. It seems to have been used as a makeup table. A porcelain music box. And underneath it, the third piece of mosaic. This piece of mosaic isn't any different from the other two. All three together will open the access to the temple chamber. It feels like the last few weeks have been leading up to this point. This room, it holds the answers. This melody.
Oh! Oh! Ah!
Adrian? Adrian, wake up.
Who?
Your father had changed a lot. It poisoned him.
It brought out his dark side, made him go mad. It burnt me.
Mom?
I was pregnant. Twins. The doctor said it was a miracle that I gave birth to 2 healthy children, despite my burns, despite all the suffering. A miracle. At first I didn't want you. You reminded me of him, of what happened, of my scars, the pain. I didn't want to live anymore. But then these 2 little things just lying there, helpless, innocent. I took my parents-in-law's offer, and after more than a year in various hospitals, we moved here. I needed a hiding place. I didn't want to show my face to the world. You needed a family, and yes, I thought I understood. How had it all come to that?
And Samuel?
Your father didn't know that I was still alive, and he didn't know anything about you two. I started to hate him. He ruined my life, and his parents' life. When he turned up here, after his grandfather's death, I hid myself here in my rooms, and I waited for him to disappear again. Angelina was at boarding school, far away, safe. Friends had told Victoria that Samuel was a broken man after the fire, and didn't seem so nasty anymore. But I was still afraid of him. When the first murders happened, I sensed that Samuel's dark side had returned. However, Bates reassured me. He said that Samuel gave the impression of being quite balanced. And after all, the first incident, William's death, happened before he'd arrived. They didn't believe me when I told them how quickly and completely the curse would take control of him. Bates and Victoria blame themselves for that to this very day.
What was it that drove my father and great-grandfather mad?
The castle. It's the castle.
What do you mean, the castle?
Happy child. Both of you were. You enchanted the nurses and were my guiding light in a dark night. But your behavior changed here in the castle, Adrian. We'd just been living here for a few years when you nearly killed your sister. You became aggressive, volatile. One day you pushed Angelina down the big staircase into the hall. It was a miracle that she only broke her arm. She could have been dead.
Did you give me away because of that?
I didn't give you away. It was for your own safety. But I saw Samuel's look in your eyes, Adrian. I was scared of my own little boy. Mrs. Michaels, the cook, who tried to pull me out of the flames and paid with her own health, took you on. You can't imagine how happy I was when I heard that your behavior became normal again in America.
You mean this castle made me sick? Made me go mad?
The people here believe that there is a curse on the Gordon males. Perhaps the curse means that they drive themselves to disaster as long as they live here.
Did Angelina grow up in the castle?
No, not really. She went to various boarding schools and was only here during the holidays. A dreary castle and a disfigured like me. Oh, not the right environment for a child. I think she was always happy when the holidays were over.
What happened then? Why did she look for me?
2 years ago, she came to visit the castle for a few weeks. She skulked around the place, read books. I didn't think she was in danger. All the other women of the family were left untouched by the curse, you see. But somehow it struck her. It made her think that she was destined for something bigger. Whispered to power and fame. Tempting for a child who perhaps never got the attention she needed. Once we worked out that she was absorbed in things that should never have seen the light of day, we took her away from here. We reinitiated the order and hired someone to track her down after she escaped.
Reginald Boris.
Right. Once he tracked her down to Biddeford, sheer horror broke out within the order. What would she want from you? Your blood? We gave orders to do whatever was needed to keep Angelina away from you.
What role do Bates and Lady Victoria play in all this?
They, like me, witnessed what the curse can do to good people. So they've dedicated their lives to not letting it happen again.
They've brought the Order back into being. An order that was founded centuries ago to fight against the curse and its repercussions.
Until it was forgotten. We've all waited for that.
Who are the members of the Order?
Victoria, Bates, Eleanor, and myself are committed to the Order. But the others do the real work. The young Miss Valley, for example. She's the leader.
Because her brother Vic fell prey to Samuel.
That's right.
Did the Order imprison me in the bunker? And kidnap me and take me to Wales?
No. We first found out from Miss Valley that you were here. We decided to get you away from here and tell you the plain truth. But it was like someone disappeared from the face of the earth. We feared that Angelina had got to you.
It wasn't Angelina. Or at least not her alone. There was a man with a mask in the jail.
That wasn't one of us. Or at least I hope it wasn't. The Order searched the whole area and we finally found you in our own assembly room of all places. We drugged you and we took you to Wales, to Eleanor's old castle. Miss Valley was already on the way to explain everything to you, but when she arrived, you were gone.
killed Angelina?
We don't know. Victoria thinks that Angelina might have done something to herself in her madness.
Pouring gas all over herself and setting herself on fire? Nonsense.
I know. Perhaps we have another adversary that we know nothing about.
Or could it have been me?
Impossible. We followed you through the sewer system. You didn't have time to drive to the cliffs and kill her.
Then it was the great unknown?
I doubt that we don't know him. It must be someone who knows about all the incidents in the castle and knows about the Order. One of us.
Who?
If I knew, then he would already be regretting what he has done. Angelina was a good child. She had recovered, just like you had. We should have just taken her away from here forever.
And what happens to me now?
You have to get away from here, as far as you possibly can. We don't know who killed Angelina. They could also be after you.
After my blood.
That's why we have to get you out of here and organize a new identity for you. And secondly, you have to leave here under your own will. This castle, this whole area isn't good for you. I'm afraid that you would change again. If you stayed any longer, you'll hallucinate and maybe one day do things you don't want to.
You mean I'll see things that aren't there at all?
I don't know. I only know that it made your father capable of butchering a 12-year-old boy.
All right then. I'll go. Mom? Will we see each other again?
Talk to Bates. You know tickets for you. You fly to Florida. We'll see each other there again in a few weeks. It's all too much. I know. But one day you'll understand. We'll talk about it, and I'll explain it all as well as I can. Goodbye, son.
So, you know now, Master Adrian.
Yes. Why didn't you say anything?
When I heard your accent, I thought it might be you, Master Adrian. But I only knew you as a child, and from what your adoptive mother said, I was only sure once you showed me the photograph of Miss Angelina.
You knew she was dead?
Yes. Her ladyship and I drove to the scene early this morning. Our source in the police informed us.
Why all the smoke and mirrors? Why didn't you just tell me what I needed to know?
We didn't know how you'd react. I went to the village a short while ago to inform Miss Valley and the others, but I couldn't find anyone. Lady Victoria thought it would be best to keep you occupied and keep an eye on you until... yes, until reinforcements arrived.
That won't be necessary. I'll go of my own will.
I'm glad to hear that. Ask Lewis for the tickets. Sally should instruct him to collect the tickets from a travel agency in the next town.
Thank you, Bates. Where are the ladies?
They've retired. The last few days were very stressful for them.
You know, there must still be an unknown antagonist.
Yes, I believe someone was working with Miss Angelina.
Someone from the castle?
Or from the village. At least someone who really knows their way around.
And ultimately cleared their partner out of the way. I'll do her a favor and vanish. I'll see her again soon, I hope. Maybe in the US. There's so much to talk about. Hey, Louis.
What is it now?
Are you back already?
What are you talking about?
Bates said he'd sent Sally to you, so you drive her to the travel agent.
Why a travel agent? If he's thrown her out, it would be just as easy to put her on a train.
You mean Sally wasn't here?
I haven't seen her since this morning.
What's going on? Is he lying? Sally? Or is it Bates? Are one of those three the murderer? Only one of them has left the ground since I got here. Well, see you later.
Not if I see you first.
That's the kitchen. The door is locked. My God, Sally! She's dead. Oh, come on. Think, Darren. Bates may have well told her to sort out the tickets. The unknown antagonist then murdered her before she could reach Louis. That means all three of them could be innocent. Or better yet, anyone in the castle could still be after me. Yeah, well, apart from Sally. She's the second young woman that was getting in someone's way. Her face is completely swollen. It looks as though she's been scalded. Oh, disgusting. Some bastard forced her face under the water. She either drowned or she died of shock. Is she pointing to something? What could she have been pointing to? Was something reflected there? I don't understand it. Was Sally murdered because she knew too much? Or was she simply someone who got in the way? Who was she in the way of? I should first look for some clues as to who the murderer might be. I don't want to end up telling the wrong person out there that there's a dead body in the bathroom. The window's open, but no one could have climbed in here. It would be quite difficult to climb up the facade. The water is boiling hot. It's running. There really is something written on the tiles. A B. Like Bates. That must mean that Bates isn't the murderer. I mean, how could Sally have written a B on the tiles? And when? As her head was being held underwater and she was frantically fighting for her life? Or after the shock caused her untimely death? I'm not gonna make it that easy for you. You're gonna have to be a bit more creative to throw me off the scent. Bates is the one I can trust the most. It seems the murderer wanted to keep me away from him. There's a killer waiting for me out there. What have I got myself into? I have to talk to Bates. The killer wanted me to suspect the butler, but his misguided message only achieved the opposite. Oh no! The castle is burning! As far as I could see, parts of the large hall are in flames. I can't get out that way without protection. I'd be engulfed in the flames. Okay, think, Darren. Towels. Some of them are huge. I'll take one of the very big ones. I've already got one of the towels. That's enough. A large towel. Big enough to completely lose yourself under. Excellent. It's dripping wet. Okay, the towel is soaking wet. I'll put it over my mouth as soon as I get out of the room. Okay, Darren, take a deep breath and go for it. There's no time. I have to get out of here. The smoke is coming from the entrance hall, so the fire must be there somewhere. But it's the only way out. Bates! Can you hear me?
Adrian, my boy, it's all over. The castle.
Don't worry, I'll get you out of here.
No. I've spent my whole life in this castle, and I want to die here.
But you...
Listen, boy. This castle drove your father and his father before him to disaster. Don't let it corrupt you to defend yourself against it.
How should I defend myself against it?
Get away from here and don't ever come back. You have a life in New England waiting for you. A good life, even if you don't see it like that. Run, Darren Michaels. Run and don't ever look back.
Okay, I'll go, but not before I found Angelina's murderer.
Ah, there you are. I was starting to worry I'd started the fire too soon.
What? It was you? You killed Angelina and the others? You set fire to the castle and imprisoned me?
I started the fire, yes. And I locked you in the bunker. But I'm no murderer. So don't force me to be one.
What is all this? What do you want?
This is no time for long explanations. The car's waiting. We're going on a little trip.
All right then, Lewis. What have you got to do with the Gordons? Why are you chasing this illusion?
I'm not interested in the curse.
He's only after the money.
That's impossible!
Hello, dear brother. So, you still haven't worked it out?
What? What are you doing?
I'm fulfilling my destiny. I will evoke Mordred's power and use it for my own purposes.
And Boris? And Sally? And my adoptive mother?
She guessed who I was when I was standing at her door. She wanted to warn the Order. I couldn't allow that. She banged her head on the side table. I thought she was dead.
What's this all about? What do you want from me?
I cannot enter the Academy nor the Summoning Chamber without the blood of Emil Gordon. You just can't imagine my disappointment when I had to acknowledge that Richard's blood wouldn't do, and my delight when I found you.
And the whole time you never knew about me?
No. Our mother and the others kept the secret very well hidden. But then I found some writings which told me everything. I came to Biddeford to wrap you around my little finger, and it worked well. I knew that we were bonded by something, and that you'd do anything for me.
What was all that with Reginald Boris?
The Order put him on my back, as I found out shortly after your mother's accident. Boris wanted to sideline me by putting me in the frame for Fuller's murder. My plan was to take you back with me to England, but as long as Boris was around, I was worried that he'd tell you all about me. So I flew back to England and called you up. And, just as I expected, you turned up here like a shining hero to rescue me.
And your death? Who had to die for you?
The good Miss Valley built the Order back up again, after there had been no sign of it for almost 100 years. No wonder that she hung around there so much. Samuel, our father, killed her little brother Vic. I had to protect myself from her.
So you murdered her in cold blood and set her on fire.
And killed two birds with one stone. No pun intended. The Order lost its leader, and everyone thought I was dead to boot. All I had to do was forge my diary entries and lure you into the castle.
Wasn't that a big risk? Sending me into the castle?
Of course. But what choice did I have? I couldn't go myself, and Lewis had proven himself to be incapable. If anyone could find the mosaic tiles, it was you. I guessed that you'd found out about our secret. But we always had a plan B for that eventuality.
Set fire to the castle and kill everyone in it?
How'd you arrive at that?
Mom?
Now, get in there. Stand there, Mother.
Listen, Angelina.
Shut it. Lewis, guard the door. Make sure that no one gets in or out. And you...
Let me guess. I've got to open the door.
Correct. Put the pieces in place.
Listen!
I don't think we've got anything to talk about.
You kidding?
That means I'm not interested in having a chat.
Angelina's completely resolved. She'd shoot our own mother without flinching. Don't worry, Mom. I'll get us out of here.
Shut up! You should be worrying about making some progress here.
My mother looks very tired. This is all too much for her. I've got to think of a way to overpower Angelina and get us both out of here. Lewis is standing in front of the entrance. I might be able to get past him, but I can't leave my mother behind.
I wouldn't even think about it.
I've got nothing to say to that pig. You open the gate using the stone discs. I don't know how exactly. There are 3 grooves in the stone plinth. Very narrow, but a few inches deep. That's strange. The candle on the plinth is burning. Who lit it? A completely normal candle, just quietly burning away. Judging by the weight, there's still some oil in the lamp. The oil lamp's lit. I don't need the candle anymore. The oil lamp's getting warmed up. It creates an amazing amount of light. The tile fits exactly into one of the grooves. The second tile fits too. There's just the last one missing. Okay, all the tiles are in place. There has to be something about the lion head and the flare. Maybe I can press it.
I don't think so. Cut open your hand on the wall.
You want me to...
Do it!
Don't do it, Darren. You mustn't open the gate for her.
I'll count to 3. 3.
Stop! All right. I'll do it.
That's it! Come on, get in there.
Impressive. It looks like it's been a real long time since anyone has been in here.
This is just the beginning. I can feel the power. Mordred is here. Very close.
Crap.
The Academy's builder picked 8 chosen ones who guard over the power. The gate should only be opened when all 8 are standing on these stone slabs. Otherwise, death will follow. So it says in the old writings.
Oh well, I guess we can forget that. There's just 4 of us.
Don't be stupid. You'll think of something, dear brother.
She's completely nuts. It's no good. It seems like each of the 8 slabs has to be loaded with weight. But what if one of the 8 chosen ones suddenly and irreplaceably dies? They must have taken some precautions against that happening. I better take a look around. They're gargoyles, demons, maybe even the devil. I've got no idea. I'm not interested. A heavy metal lattice gate. It doesn't look like it's easy to open. A huge stone door, without handles or anything like that. The stone door looks pretty heavy. I don't think I'll be able to open it that easily. There's probably nothing out there that would help me in here. Anyway, Angelina's hardly gonna let me go. Angelina?
What is it?
What do you want from me exactly?
You still don't get it. Have I got one stupid brother or what? Open the grate. You only have to press on all of the stone slabs.
On my own. How am I supposed to do that?
You'll think of something.
You have to stand on one of the stone slabs.
So I can then get a knife in my ribs.
The stone slabs are connected to the grate. If you don't stand on them, I can't open the grate.
Then she should stand on it. Where should she go?
My poor mother is completely terrified. She's reliving the horror with Samuel all over again, with her own daughter. She's completely lost her mind.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. Total of 8 stone slabs embedded in the floor. Let's see. That wasn't so great. A stone slab in the floor with a red symbol on it and decoration all around it. There are holes in the wall there. Must surely be for some cunning trap. No, I'm not doing that. There's a note lying here. There's a semicircle drawn on the note. It's made up of 8 different symbols. I reckon that this is some kind of a user manual for the floor slabs. There's a knife or something drawn on the 3rd tile from the left. Also, there's a flower on the outer left one. The left-hand middle one has a sun. The right-hand middle one has water, and the outer right one is a snowflake. Stop! Okay, very carefully now. A knife was released when the trap was sprung. I'll take it. I think there's some old dried-on blood on the blade. Or maybe rust. No thanks. I'll pass on that one. Mom?
Yes. Adrian.
Please stand on that stone slab.
If you say so.
Through there is a room with stone columns. There's water here, but the light can only penetrate a few feet down. It might be 10 feet deep. It might be 100 feet deep. I'd never ever dive in there. The murals look ancient. The colors are slowly fading. The dampness is probably not good for them. A repulsive figure. Some demon or other. Or perhaps a mythical creature. People in medieval times were very superstitious. For them, nature was full of spirits, demons, and miracles. There was no other way to explain what was going on around them. I find this motif unusual. In the Middle Ages, they either painted religious themes or scenes from everyday life. This here is just trees. There's some kind of mechanism fitted here. Lots of symbols. What a surprise. It says here, dress of green and hat of white, all would agree a welcome sight, with bells that in the wind do swing, heralding the start of spring. On this panel is written, make things harder, make things softer, make a rich man, make a pauper. Not too close, but love me true, too close and I'll devour you. There's a rhyme on the panel. Sails I have, but sail I don't, at least not on the sea. But round and up and down, working hard for thee, grinding up with my back teeth, producing, as I said, the main ingredient which you need to make your daily bread. Here's written, in the air it flies, on the ground it lies. It adorns the trees, makes old men wheeze. On the stove it melts, from gray skies it pelts. didn't work. There must be another answer. Perhaps I should read through the slabs again. I'm sure I'll get it. And then I've got to adjust the answer symbols to fit the appropriate seasons. That's it. A box with some kind of walking stick or bar or something like that in it. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize the spring. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize summer. This box is empty. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize winter. Through that door is the room with the paving slabs. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize summer. Somehow it doesn't fit properly. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize the spring. The stone slab is locked into place, but nothing else is happening. I've pushed the appropriate bar into the opening. The slab should be deactivated. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize summer. Looks like the stone slab is locked into place. I've pushed the appropriate bar into the opening. The slab should be deactivated. A richly ornate staff from out of the puzzle room. I think it's supposed to symbolize winter. I think I've deactivated the stone slab. At least it's locked into place. I've pushed the appropriate bar into the opening. The slab should be deactivated. Mom?
Yes, Adrian.
Would you please stand on the stone slab right there?
Is it safe?
Yes. Trust me.
Oh, all right then.
Some stairs leading upwards. Unbelievable. The machines and apparatus look quite complicated and are made of metal. I didn't think people were capable of something like this centuries ago. A genius must have designed it all. Why are people so creative when it comes to weapons, war, and combat? If they were capable of building something like this, imagine all the good things they could have devised. No idea what these gears do. They're probably connected with the traps and the ropes. A huge block of stone. It's gotta weigh at least a ton. The weight must be keeping the big lattice gate down there closed. A rope that must be connected to the mechanism. I can't tell where it leads. It certainly looks like it's holding something up. Big panel of bars and buttons. Looks complicated. That's, no idea what that is. They're the same symbols here as on the big panel next to the stairs. I'm absolutely certain that they're connected. Levers, bars, buttons. I can choose whether I want to select the symbol on the left or right with the little levers. The bars can be moved, and it seems like I can enter the answer with the big button. I reckon that this page isn't going to help me much more without the rest of the diary. I guess that the mechanism for the side doors is attached to the rope. The cylinder shows a spear. A knife is shown. The cylinder shows a spear. I think I know now which rope I have to cut to spring the right trap. The stone block should land on the slab. I hope I'm not mistaken. The stairs here lead down to the room where Angelina will shoot her own mother if I'm not careful. Trap is shown on the cylinder. Not the one I'm looking for. I guess that a red symbol in the series shows on which slab the trap will be sprung. I guess that the mechanism for the side doors is attached to the rope. A trap is shown on the cylinder. Not the one I'm looking for. The spear on the instructions implies that a spear trap is connected to this. A spear is shown for this rope on the stone panel. There's a knife trap attached to this rope. I'm sure of that. The door to this room must be attached to the rope. It looks a bit different than the other ones, but the door is open after all. The rope's gotta be connected with that door down there. There's a trap attached to this rope, like on the others. I guess that a red symbol in the series shows on which slab the trap will be sprung. In this case, it would then be the slab at the far right, the one with the blue edge. The spear on the instructions implies that a spear trap is connected to this. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage and lure Angelina and Louis onto one of the slabs. It's gotta be the right rope for the stone weight. Quickly now. Hopefully this is the right rope.
What are you doing?
That was...
One more slip-up like that, and our mother gets it. Got it?
Yes, all right. It won't happen again.
That's what I thought.
Okay, now 4 of the stone slabs are deactivated, and Catherine's standing on one of them. This is my chance. I've got to convince Angelina and Louis to stand on the wrong slabs. Hopefully my plan's gonna work. There's a heavy trap on the stone slab, pushing it into the floor. The lattice gate opens using the mechanism up there somehow. The stone slabs also have something to do with it. Angelina?
What is it?
Listen, there's really no other way. We'll have to stand on the remaining slabs if the gate's gonna open.
All right, then. But if there's any messing around...
Got it. I think I've disarmed all the traps. Mom, you stay there. Louis stands over there.
I think we should swap places. You got nothing against that, have you?
Do what you want.
Very clever. And so ruthless.
Don't worry. You're next.
The weight is on the slab. What are you waiting for?
Louis is dead. Don't you care?
He wouldn't have left these ruins alive anyway. Go on.
That's gotta be the gate to Mordred's prison. That's why my father finally went completely mad. Some kind of holder. But what goes in it?
Finally. Go on. Lead the way. Yes, Master.
What? Was that Mordred?
Run! Ah!
Whoa, let's get out of here. Louis is lying there dead. Another corpse on Angelina's bloody path to psycho madness.
heard something.
The order. That must be the order.
Stop him! He mustn't be allowed to evoke him!
Calm down, people. Damn! I'm on your side. Damn idiots. They want to make sure. Angelina isn't here, and she hasn't gone past me. Either she's still in the summoning chamber, or got in the labyrinth some other way. The side doors closed when the lattice gate opened. Grandmother's lying injured on the ground back there. And Angelina's also sneaking around here somewhere. Whoa! The side doors closed when the big gate opened. There's a seriously deep abyss that way. Behind me is the Order. I'd rather kill me than think first.
He went that way.
There's no choice. I have to face up to Angelina. It could be a trap. Maybe it's the only chance to save Mom. Is she here?
No.
Let's get you out of here.
No. Don't you understand, Adrian? It's not about me. It's not only about you either. Your father caused a lot of suffering, and I don't want you to become guilty too.
I don't intend to.
That's not your decision. These are powers that are greater than a single person.
Exactly. It's about infinite power. Divine power. Power that has been sleeping for too long. To the altar!
Screw you.
I don't like to repeat myself. Go to the altar and read from the book.
I don't like to repeat myself either. Screw you.
The next bullet is going through your kneecap.
You won't get me further without me. You can't kill me. You need me.
But I don't need her. And what can you do without an eye? A hand?
There is no curse. It's a mental illness. It's passed down from generation to generation and causes delusions.
Delusions? And what do you call this? Read.
So the cow who said here, Caraxo Zodere, Motarebe, Vaxto Sabra Ve, Malior Vaxto Sabra Malior im Ibute, Amenia Vibusadir, Amena Voxadakar.
Yes! Yes! And now?
Angelina, it's lunacy! Even if there was a curse, then it'd only affect the male Gordons.
No. No! Me too. I can hear them. The voices. They whisper to me. Always since you went.
Angelina, please!
I'm sorry, dear brother. I need your blood and no other.